ChampCar iRacing series. It's the last race of the year in 2025, and it's a big one. It's the Team Enduro finale, 3 hours from Sebring. This is the ChampCar iRacing, 3 hours of Sebring. A beautiful day for beautiful racing and a championship on the line, $400 of ChampCar credit to be decided today. SimCity Racing are the team they all need to catch, but we know, as always, in endurance racing, anything can happen until that checkered flag waves, still more than 3 hours away. To be bringing you live coverage on HJBC and ChampCar Live, I'm David Haynes with Devin Peters, Michael Derby in our production. What a season we have enjoyed, Devin, and it comes here to Sebring, one of the greatest endurance sports car racing tracks anywhere in the world, to give us a great race and to decide a championship.
Heck yeah, man. I don't think there's been a more exciting race about to start here since, I don't know, about 1950. I think we're going to see a real good show today, and I can't wait to see what these drivers do, and I can't wait to see what the SimCity team here is going to do. Can they make it a clean sweep through this first Enduro series month of November and month of December that we've scheduled here today? I think that's a question on everyone's mind. They're certainly making a good showing for it in qualifying here.
So 4 endurance races have made up this Team Enduro Championship at the back end of the year, and it has been a sweep from SimCity Racing so far. Winners at Daytona, winners at VIR, winners 2 weeks ago, the 3 hours of Road America. And now, with an unblemished record, they stand clear of some of their rivals like Zach's Hitman Emporium. Scored the same as the national championship here. We're taking your 2 best races that seed you into this final race, race 4, 3 hours of Sebring. The teams are out qualifying right now, and they all, before the start of this season, had their choice of 3 cars: the Porsche Cayman, the Ford Mustang, or the BMW M4. SimCity Racing went for the Porsche that you see on screen right now. Jujas in the Mustang, Zach's Hitman Emporium in the Cayman, and Drive Trainer have got one of the BMWs out there, and we've seen 1 or 2 others as well. Live timing is available, champcar.hjbc.live. So if one of your friends, one of your teammates is in this race and you want to find details, keep up with that, that's available for you right now. 12 cars on track right now. All of them have completed laps in qualifying at the moment. And SimCity Racing are on top from Love Racing and Zach's Hitman Emporium. Have I got that correct? I sure do.
Yeah. They're out doing some fast laps right now. Porsche looking real good. This comes down into the hairpin. And a great place to finish the season, you know. Sebring, one of those tracks that just punishes the driver, punishes the car. We'll have to see who can push the hardest. Keep that
Brooks
thing on
Clayton
track.
has pushed up to 2nd place. So the sharp intake of breath, Thonk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by beer, has just gone up into 2nd place. The somewhat psychedelic Ford Mustang. Chris Beats in SimCity Racing was going even quicker. I don't know if they were able to complete that lap. I think they may have been, for a 209.8, 1.2 seconds clear of the rest of the field at the moment. Track limits you've got to mind in the race and in qualifying right now. That looks like Sennhauser Racing Team Project Save the Stang just in front. The Sennhausers were at VIR last weekend, I believe.
Yeah, there was a few teams out at VIR, and that's You know, it's kind of one of the cool parts of the ChampCar iRacing Enduro Sprint Series, whichever one you're racing in, is just the chance to get to connect with all these drivers and their teams, get to know some of the friendly faces that you're going to see at the track when you come begging for a slave cylinder at 2 in the morning.
We've all got a story. Zach's Hitman Emporium just crossed the line and they now jump up into second place. So it's Porsche's first and second now. Young Guns in fifth, Keegan Allen.
Keegan Allen, the Young Guns, the whole crew of Young Guns now, we got 3 of them, are all, as the name suggests, young guys. Bunch of kart racing experience and trying it out in the sim and trying out a little bit of kart tire warming, I think, on the back straight here.
Interesting, even for this time of year, it's not particularly cold at Sebring right now. We've got the sun out. Now it'll probably cool off later on when the sun sets, but that's not bad. You would have twisted someone's arm off for that kind of temperatures at VIR last weekend.
Yeah, and compared to the weather we've seen through the rest of the season, it's been very damp, very wet. It's humid here today, but the forecast looks clear. We'll cross our fingers, and these drivers are enjoying it. I think enjoying having a track that isn't at 65, 64 degrees. Having a little bit of grip in those tires.
Very close through the middle of the field in the qualifying right now. So from 3rd to 8th place, there is just 0.3 of a second separating 6 cars. Anyone with a tiny improvement between Donk Esports, Love Racing, Young Guns, Drive Trainer Motorsport, Emerald, Drive Trainer Motorsport Carbon, or Huge Ass could all jump up from 4th row of the grid to 2nd row of the grid, or yet more. So keeping an eye on who's improving. And I think Kyle Robertson actually might be one of the best bets for that. In the number 23 Drive Trainer Motorsport Carbon, it looks like he is improving here, and like I say, only needs to find 1 or 2 tenths to jump a whole bunch of spots.
Yeah, he's been good through the first half of the lap. A little bit plain on the 5th sector there, but went purple in the 2nd. Coming to the line, though, we got the Thonk Esports guys. This will be Brooks Clayton crossing the line. And doesn't quite manage to set a fastest lap for the team.
Here comes Drive Trainer Carbon, the one that I had my eye on. Yeah, again, the first part of the lap was an improvement, but how have they rounded it out? Just a couple of tenths short of improvement, unfortunately, for Kyle Robertson.
It is an open setup here, so in the ChampCar Enduro series, unlike the Sprint series that we run. So we do have to wonder if these guys have built setups that are maybe a little more suited to the end of the race, when it might get a little cooler. We'll have to see. Always a tricky setup around here at Sebring.
Here's Balthazar Motorworks. We look to Bill Woods in the 294 Cayman. Now, this has not been quite as electric as you'd like on this lap. Just a couple of tenths of a second missing through each sector, about 1 second behind a PB lap. 3 minutes left on the clock. Geez, it's all purple sectors for Chris Beats right now. He's got a new set of tyres on the SimCity Racing 71. And through the first half of the lap, no one has been better.
He's looking to raise that bar positively out of reach.
That bar's currently at a 2 minute 9 seconds point 8. This could comprehensively blow that away if he can just see this lap out. 2 corners left through Le Mans, which sort of tightens a bit on exit, and you don't want to run wide and touch the dirt there. You've got the Ullman Straight here, one of the fastest parts of the racetrack, and then Sunset Bend can be a bit of a lottery. Different types of cars take radically different lines through here depending on how much they weigh, how much downforce they got. GT cars tend to turn in early, trail a lot of brake. Gee, look at the Cayman ride all of those bumps all the way out wide. Beats is pushing it. 09.8 to beat. He puts in an 09.7.
Whew. And he's working that thing. It really showed in the final corner just how precise he's being all the way through. Just one uninterrupted arc, no overcorrections, no slides. That Chris took a race off last week, and he's come back, and he looks like he's ready to race today.
There's an example of what happens when you run wide out of Le Mans and you just go wrong side of the curb, touch the dirt, compromises you all the way down this straight for Bill Woods, who was improving in a couple of sectors, getting more experience as he went along here. Sunset Bend, he's quite a bit wider than we saw from the current pole setting time, and I think he might have needed to get out of the throttle there, struggling for rotation through Sunset Bend. Still jumps up a spot with a PB lap time though, just going clear of slowered expectations. Love Racing have had an incident, but that's lost the rear of the Cayman way before the exit at Le Mans.
Just a few seconds left in the qualifying here, Haynes.
Yep, about to be checkered flag, and the first driver to see it will be Zachary Rubin, him of Hitman Emporium fame. A couple of drivers now practicing that pit entry. Tiny bit of congestion at the apex of Sunset Bend there. Ron Wolf just came by. He was up on the first part of this lap. The 337 car was down in 9th. He crosses the line, and it's not an improvement. And that Mustang stays 9th. So LaShawn Young-Dilworth crosses the line, and he also finds no improvement on his final lap. They're not tearing up the track for improvements at the moment. Balthazar Motorworks will get one more lap here. They're the only car left running that could improve. Pretty nasty bounce just before you go underneath the bridge there.
Ooh, and he got real close on the exit.
And didn't quite improve on that lap. Qualifying is over, and the ChampCar iRacing 3 hours of Sebring will soon begin. The championship leaders are on pole. SimCity Racing, Zach's Hitman Emporium start from second. The Young Guns are on the next row in third. Thonk Esports Motorsports SimSports Racing powered by beer that doesn't even fit on the card start from fourth. Love Racing in fifth. 2430 Esports in sixth. Drivetrainer Motorsport Carbon. Fair's fair, that also doesn't fit on the card. They're going to start from seventh, just ahead and alongside their teammates at Drivetrainer Motorsport Emerald. Huge Ass start from ninth. Project Save the Stang, powered by Sennhauser Racing Team, Start 10th, Balthazar Motorworks in 11th, and Slowered Expectations in 12th. All three models of car, Porsche, BMW, Ford represented, but it's the BMW safety car that's going to lead them on the formation lap of Sebring. So we'll look at the points once more, and just to talk you through some of the possibilities. If Team Hujas win this race, and they are 2 positions ahead of SimCity Racing, the tie break on race wins would give SimCity Racing the championship. Meanwhile, if Hujas are 3 positions ahead of SimCity Racing, they can become champions. But if something happens for SimCity Racing or Hujas, well, there is a swathe of teams in mathematical contention here, including Zach's Hitman Emporium, and a 4-way tie for 4th at the moment between 2430 Esports, Drivetrainer Carbon, Drivetrainer Emerald, and chasing the Delta Academy, BMW, Sargento, whatever their full team name was, but they're not on the grid today. Young Guns there just behind that. Backflip Boys and Balthazar Motorworks is our top 10. There have been 20 teams, and I think actually 14 or 15 that are a mathematical chance, but that's our top 10. And you can definitely see a path to victory for at least our top 3 there. So no weather as far as rain to be seen today. And with a 3-hour race and an 80% fuel tank size for all of our cars, the question becomes, is this a 3 or a 4-stop race? One of the things that could change that is the reappearance of the safety car that currently paces the field. If there's an accident that requires someone to tow their car, we will have another safety car period. So we had a few at VIR. We had 1 or 2 at Daytona. We went 3 hours green flag safety car free at Road America 2 weeks ago. Sebring, who knows exactly? That's why we go racing. There are always likelihoods, but some unknowns. And the time at Sebring, about 3:30. So you can imagine in 3 hours' time, it's actually going to get a little bit dark. Fingers crossed that those fireworks I ordered get set off at the checkered flag.
I have high expectations, David Haynes. You know, they're real good at fireworks down here in Florida.
Bought them from a tent beside the road. That's where you get the good stuff. Lemonade, fireworks, anything else that's best if you just buy it from the side of the road?
Tacos.
Yeah,
that's my
take
call.
that. Yeah. Bit of street food. Yum, 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 yum. So lights are off the safety car. We are more than half of the way around our formation lap right now. And that front row is SimCity Racing and Zach's Hitman Emporium. Actually surprised to see that second in the championship, back there in 9th, Ron Wolf qualified the car and will be starting the car. He'll also be driving with Giovanni Romano. And like you said, Chris Beats back in SimCity Racing alongside Ryan Puchtel.
Starting to pack up here on the back straight.
So for the final time this year, 2025, for the ChampCar iRacing series, we're about to get the green flag. We've got 3 hours of Sebring as a grand finale to the Team Endurance Championship. SimCity Racing have one half of a pinky finger on the trophy and the prize already, but they need to see out this race with some rivals behind them. Cold ties for everyone as we go into the fast sweeping turn 1. That's Thonk Esports going around the outside, trying to take some spots away. 3 lanes in effect, heading towards the braking zone at turn 3. Thonk Esports still trying to go around the outside. A little bit of door-to-door rubbing there.
Sprinting away at the front is SimCity Motorsports, making it look easy through the first few turns. But deep in the field, they're still going hard. We got Drivetrainer Motorsports side by side. The Emerald team catching a draft and trying to make a move up the inside on 2430.
Third time's the charm. Thonk Esports Mustang tries to go around the outside of Young Guns Keegan Allen. They remain side by side, heading towards Cunningham Corner. This is all great for Chris Beats. For Kevin Zhu, it's starting to work out, but for third, fourth, fifth, Nick Love is back in the Love Racing car, and now he's trying to look around the outside of the Thonk Mustang. There is not room there for the little Porsche Cayman to slip by the big Ford Mustang.
And an opportunity turns into a loss as Max Francescelli tries to put his Porsche up the inside of that Love Racing car. Love's going to carry the little extra speed around the tower turn, though, and defend, but has lost some ground on the Thonk Esports Mustang, which is leaving glitter all over the side of that Young Guns Porsche, must be said. Speaking of, the Young Guns Porsche gets a little loose coming onto the back straight. It's going to be a move up the inside, but it's going to be a slow run. You got to think that Kevin Zhu and Zach Sitman Emporium is going to take the spot away. Oh, but there's a slowdown for Zhu.
There also seems to be one for Ron Wolf there. They all seem to mostly sort it out. We've got a couple of side-by-sides heading into Sunset Bend. Love Racing around the outside of 2430. The nose of the BMW trying to get underneath from Drivetrainer as well. 1 lap completed and a 3-second race lead already for SimCity Racing. This is going exactly how they would have hoped. As Young Guns, Thonk Esports, Zach's Hitman Emporium battle, and then behind that, another 3-way fight. Love Racing diving to the inside, losing momentum on the exit. I gotta go try to cover off as they're absolutely swamped to the left, to the right by Drivetrainer Motorsport.
And good racing there from Kyle Robertson in that carbon car. Oh, as he gets a little loose coming off the curb, avoids one bit of contact up the inside with the Love Racing car, drops 2 spots, and nearly takes out huge ass behind.
Well, there's a race leader, there's second place, and then there's the rest. That's the battle we've got going on right now. 2430 have just overshot, and they have gone into the grass, half spun around. Watch out behind there. We all get through.
Yeah, easy to lose sight of the braking zone, especially when you're in the shadow of one of those big Mustangs, and that's what looked like it happened there.
They're still like the Mustang Cup Challenge here. Huge ass alongside Drivetrainer Motorsport, having gone past Stenhauser Racing Team.
You gotta think that's what Project Save the Stang, the white and purple Mustang there, would be cheered for as a Mustang Cup race. They know how to save that Stang. They get it exactly right through tower turn, up the inside, going 3 wide and taking 2 spots in 1 turn.
Difference between the GT4 and the Mustang Cup car is that the Dark Horse R Cup car is a H pattern, not the sequential of the GT4. They're going to go at it still, though, and that super wide line into Le Mans that you can take to try to get the best run possible here. Here comes Brooks Clayton alongside Keegan Allen. You can go around the outside of Sunset Bend. You can, in fact, also stay off a couple more of the bumps. That looks like the Mustang's gone in just a little bit too deep. He's going to try to bring his nose back around, and Kevin Zhu on the tight line seems to have found more momentum with fewer bumps. Can we get 3 wide for second place over the start-finish line? You bet we can. So 3 wide to the inside goes the Thonk Esports Mustang, just trying to balk everyone else out, turning in just a tiny bit late. they take second place.
Oh, really nicely done there. Just scaring the young guns off of turning in, and they have to take a little bit of evasive action. Kevin Zhu is a regular in the sprint series. We've seen him a bunch. He's a very fast driver, and I think he's just lurking here. And it feels like all these drivers are driving with a lot of respect right now at this point in the race. It's a long race, 3 hours and a bunch of pit stops in between here and the finish line. So you got to keep your eyes up even while you're racing hard at this phase.
My parents' car got serviced on Thursday and they put Castrol in it. So if that car breaks down in the next week, we'll know whose fault it was.
The drive-trainer boys have split up a bit after being right next to each other at the start. We got Caden Parks Miller in the Emerald car coming up to the back of this battle pack for second. And the Emerald car has been the lower finishing of the two drivetrainer entries so far. So this is a good showing from Caden Parks Miller in the early phase of the race here. But that second place is still undecided. They are nose to tail. And sure enough, they're racing all the way to the pit wall on the back straight here.
Well, apparently there's a bit of slipstream to be found behind a Mustang there. It worked out pretty well for Kevin Zhu, got a good tow. And then this is the line that he likes. He just stays a little bit tighter up against the curb, and then he gets rotation, picks up the throttle, and drives out of there. It's working very well for him. He's found out the way he wants to take Sunset Bend, and he's repeated the experiment to similar results.
Yeah, the bumps out here in the iRacing version are consistent, and there's a couple lines through Sunset that work really well, and you can get a pretty decent line and a pretty decent run if you're up the inside like Zhu's been.
So this is great battling and racing for everyone that isn't SimCity racing, because now they lead by 6 seconds. They're up there somewhere. And then the rest, where it's been very exciting. Drivetrainer Motorsports Emerald is our biggest position gainer in this race so far. Caden Parks Miller started 8th. He runs 5th. Nick Love might want that spot back. Not like that, he won't get it though.
Yeah, pushing hard. Oh, and a mistake there. A critical mistake from Brooks Clayton in the Thonk Esports car. You'll see him coming, rejoining the track. He missed the turn in at the Gredbean Bend. Gendebien Bend. I swear I know how to speak French. Either way, Brooks is in behind and having to lift off a little bit. They're too wide behind him though. Nick Love is defending on the outside with what looks like, Keegan Allen and the Young Guns, who get a little too close to the drivetrainer Emerald car, get spun around, and that's contact between Love and the Young Guns. Managed to get tapped just the right way to get facing the right way. We'll see it again here. Nick Love's on the outside, the Young Guns pushing up the inside, and they tap the Mustang ahead, spin sideways, get tapped again, and are really lucky to keep it off the wall there, Haynes.
Yeah, so it seems like on the inside line of Sunset Bend, the Porsche Caymans are doing very well there, but the BMW not so much, not its strength. They just sort of underestimated how much they were going to get checked up in the middle of that corner and looped it around, got a bit of grazing contact, but about going again, having lost a couple of spots. We go on board with Keegan Allen, now back in 9th, behind Project Save the Stang, Sennhauser Racing Team.
Guns aren't wasting any time though. Diving back up the inside of Logan Sennhauser. And they came to play for keeps today. No quarter.
Yes, very interesting. So Drivetrainer Motorsports Emerald now up into third after issues for Donk, issues for the young guns there. 2430 Esports have just lost that one spot or two. Is there a bit of damage to that Mustang? It's always going to be tough to tell given how sparkly that car is, but I thought the front left was just a tiny bit out.
They did take a couple liberties with the door panels, certainly, as they were racing in the early phases of the lap.
Yeah, so maybe there is just a little bit of front damage on this Mustang. I guess the problem is if you stare too long, it just becomes a bit of a Rorschach's test. It's like, what do you see when you look at this Mustang?
And then you make the face that they got on the side of the thing.
I see a tumultuous relationship with my father. He did the best he could for me, but he was a flawed man.
That's why I've got a Mustang. What? Looking good though, as they're racing.
That's why I rev leaving car meets.
And the Thonk boys are boys that we don't get to see a ton during the regular season because they have other commitments, we're going to call them, on Wednesday nights that are a little bit less serious than the ChampCar series, or more serious, I guess. Depends on your perspective, depending on how serious you think drinking beers are.
Everything's serious if you take it seriously.
That's some words to live by there, David Haynes. They're taking this one serious though.
Seriousness is in the eye of the beholder.
Mm-hmm. Wish you folks could hear our producer making some of the good jokes he makes behind the scenes here.
It's very funny. Drivetrainer Motorsport Emerald a little bit wide exiting Tower Bend, so there's a bit of a group again forming up for third. Now that Zach's Hitman Emporium are free though, they've really picked up the pace in second place, matching basically the fastest lap of the race and matching the pace of SimCity Racing. So gap from first to second now leveled off at about 7 seconds. And the gap is growing back to third place where the squabble, the disagreement continues. Here comes Brooks Clayton with a big run towards Sunset Bend, but we've seen the Mustang, maybe it's strong in a straight line, it's strong in some other places, but not necessarily these bumps here at Sunset Bend. Both of the big cars are wide and rubbing on the way through. Caden Parks-Miller comes back, but he's going to have the outside, and Brooks Clayton really likes to hog that inside towards the apex. Yep, just like that. Makes it difficult to get around the outside of him.
Do you know exactly how long a Mustang GT4 is, David Haynes?
No.
I don't either, but Brooks Clayton sure does, with the way he's putting that thing in front of the cars behind. He slammed that door on Caden Parks-Miller coming through Sunset Bend, and that was According to the internet, it's 4.783 meters, in case you're wondering. I'll have to do some conversion to get that into freedom units.
Oh no, that means it's not going to be Japanese dimensions compliant, where you pay extra road tax on cars that are longer than 4,700 millimeters.
It's the dang
Toyota Prius V is 4,695 millimeters. Or a lot of Japanese cars.
It's about 15.69 feet, in case you're wondering, Haynes. Very nice. despite the confidence, though, that Clayton showed in Sunset Bend, he seems to lose a little bit through this section. I don't know if he's just feeling a little out of sorts after the mistake earlier, but the drive trainer guys definitely seem to close up through the corner of the track here, the last few corners, the Mont Curve, the Gendheim Bend. And sure enough, they're going to catch a little bit of a draft and be right alongside going into Sunset here.
Caden Parks-Miller dives in down the inside, drags the brake all the way through. He's looking a little wide on the exit though. And Ron Wolf will take advantage of that. The two of them will be side by side, and Ron Wolf, he loves the inside of turn one. He's going to try to get a little bit of that if he can. Maybe he doesn't have long enough legs to do it though down the straight. He's got to try to drop back, cross back over under. He runs super wide out of turn one. Here comes Ron Wolf to the inside of Brooks Clayton. And that's a spot lost for Thonk.
Got to give some props to the Thonk boys, to the Drive Trainer Emerald guys, because they're, I think, the only BMWs out there this season. The Porsches and the Mustangs definitely dominated
this race,
our entries.
But not this season. We had Skywalker Racing last round, and we've had Sargento BMW chasing the Delta as well. We've had a couple of BMWs, but this is the only one today.
Mm-hmm. Even the Balthazar Motorworks boys went and got a Porsche. Can't beat him joining.
Well,
speaking of not
being
able to beat him, I was going to say that the beats, the SimSpeed
Ryan Puchtel took that advice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did. Couldn't quite get there in the regular season, but went and found a little bit of assistance on the team, and they're putting together a heck of a season and put together a heck of a lap last time by a 2:10.959. It's good to be the first drivers down in the 2:10s during this race session, and good to take the overall pace advantage back from Zach's Hitman Emporium. I think they might have noticed that fast lap from the Hitman Emporium guys. And they're putting that tight line to work, but rolling it all the way out on the exit too. So using the hill, the now paved hill on the exit of the final turn there.
Once it was grass, but they had to pave Paradise. So it's just pavement all the way to the wall now.
It always did seem like a good place to send a car flying into this stratosphere. So probably
they still managed to have some massive crashes there, even with the reconfiguration. So
it's kind of intriguing that they instead of flattening it then paving it, they just pave right over top. I like the spirit behind that, Haynes.
Well, they hate repaving to get rid of any bumps here, so to pave to add more bumps is the most Sebring thing ever.
It's very on brand, very on brand.
We're on board with Ron Wolf, and how close everyone was in qualifying in this sort of 3rd to 8th section of the field is playing out again in the racing, where you just almost can't ever separate this group here. So Love Racing and Drive Trainer Carbon have gotten a little bit closer. Ron Wolf has a big look to the inside late at Cunningham Bend. I don't think he thought he was going to pull that move off, but he thought he could try something.
I don't think Caden Parks-Miller thought he was going to stop. He turned in once, twice, and 3 times and still took evasive action on the 3rd one. It's got to be intimidating when you got one of those big stonking Mustangs coming up behind you. A big thonkin Mustang, is it? It's the big thonkin Mustang gets up behind HJBC, looking interested in 4th position is that Thonk Esports car. Good run here from HJBC. They're going to take it all the way to the wall down the pit lane, getting pushed over by Caden Parks-Miller, but they've got the spot. And they've got the inside line. Who's going to make it work here? And the HJ guys clear him on entry. And, oh, it's getting real close at the apex. That was one of those classic vortex of deaths, I think. Isn't that the expression? Those two lines were converging
Danger.
for sure. Either way. Danger. It's only death if you do it really hard. Either way, Emerald wisely checks up and gives the spot to Ron Wolf in the huge-ass Mustang, and now is under defense, or is under duress as Brooks Clayton comes up behind. And they really just can't seem to sort themselves out here. 3rd through 7th place within about a second and a half on track.
This is how the new BMW Evo looks. Oh, that's a very expensive Motec rear vision camera displaying a whole lot of Mustang.
Yeah, that's a real close-up view of the grill there. You can definitely see how hot the action is. Nice little entry there from Ron Wolf. If you can just time your turn in at tower turn, you feel like a champion as you smack the throttle and get a nice run up until the final S is here. And all of them taking advantage of the curve to kind of hook themselves back to the left before flying through Le Mans and onto the Ullman Straight.
Well, I'd say this is a good race so far, but it's certainly a close race so far. Whole bunch of different teams here, all very equal on pace, and then just that little bit of slipstream here at Sebring keeps them all in the fight. The front straight here, that back straight, the Ullman Straight there, but you also get up to a lot of speed from turn 5 through Big Bend to turn 6 into the biggest braking zone on the racetrack at turn 7 as well. So add all of that together, and cars that were only a couple tenths apart in qualifying will remain together in the race. Caden Parks-Miller just a tiny bit wide for Drivetrainer Motorsports Emerald through turn 1, and suddenly the 10th round of this boxing match against Thonk Esports is on.
You might have missed it if you weren't watching on the live timing, but we just had the fastest lap of the race, a 2:10.798 from Zach's Hitman Emporium. And you're seeing the 6.8 there on the, or sorry, the 8.8 there on the stream, because that was a clean lap. But Zach's Hitman Emporium got a little bit of an off-track advantage and managed to put in a real quick one, taking almost 5/10 out of the leader that time. So still a big gap, still a solid 8 seconds between those two, but you know, if the field gets compressed back up, I have a feeling that Zoo might be able to give Chris Beats a little run for his money.
First pit stop of the race is lowered expectations. They're getting new tyres, getting fuel. It's a bit on the early side. I don't know if it's a tactical thing. Andy Kosick hasn't driven yet. It's been all Aaron Reed so far and remains Aaron Reed. There was not much damage on the car when he drove in either, so
they did use a fast repair on it. I'm wondering if they managed to knock the toe out, because it was pretty early. We'll have to see though.
Yeah, early-ish after 25 minutes. This is our group again.
Now that's a even quicker one there from Zach's Hitman Emporium, running a 2:10.865, this time clean. So as they're getting down to the second half of the fuel tank, they're starting to really put some laps together. Took another chunk out of the leaders, that time 2/10. And that gap at the front comes down accordingly. into the 7-second range. Much less than 7 seconds between all these guys, though, so we'll keep the camera focused here.
Like I said, it's not necessarily the fastest straight here, but it is into turn 7, the biggest braking zone, because turn 1 and Sunset Bend are so fast. So the young guns, gee, they had a go at getting by Project Save the Stang not that long ago that didn't seem to work, but now they've gotten past just there.
They've done it, but they haven't seemed to quite recover the pace they had in the early phase that was keeping them with the guys ahead. They're lapping more comfortably in the 212s, the mid 212s, than they are in the sort of low 212s that the group ahead is doing. And they'll need to run some 211s if they want to get back there.
So fastest straight line speeds are pretty equal between everyone in this group, except that Drivetrainer Motorsports are just missing 1.5 miles an hour compared to everyone else. So the BMW might have some strengths elsewhere, it might be set up for some strengths elsewhere. What it's not doing is breaking the records from the radar gun at the end of the straight. That looks like Love Racing just lost a tiny bit of time. So too then did Drivetrainer Motorsport Carbon, who were behind them.
Yeah, it's one of those things, looks like when all three up ahead are staying in a straight line, I think Love's struggling a bit to keep up, but as we've seen so far in this race, I can't imagine the third through fifth will stay in a straight line for very long.
Something more going on for 24:30, because their last lap was not as competitive as they could be. This was a car that we saw sort of in the mid-pack, and then they overshot and they ran off the track, and they've just dropped a little bit ever since then.
I did see, let's see if we can roll this instant here. Did see a little bit of a struggle. They got it quite wrong.
So they're just ahead of Belfastville Motorworks there.
Yeah, turn it in and gets real loose on him as they're turning in to the Le Mans curve. And then you know what? I actually got to look at them going through turn number 1 on the next time through. And they're really, really deep on the brakes. It does seem like the car's just not quite handling the way they were hoping at this phase of the race.
So you're turning left through the previous corner, and then you change to turning right through Le Mans there, and I wonder if they just sort of went from one mode to the other too early, too aggressively. They kind of do straighten up the car this time a tiny bit more, and it's more stable. So that's what's going on for 24:30. What's going on for Thonk Esports is they're trying to get past Caden Parks Miller, and it hasn't worked down the front straight. It's not quite working through turn 1, but that BMW from Drivetrainer immediately defensive, and we're side by side just for a moment into turn 3. Track really feels like it narrows up through turn 4, and then your exit from turn 5 always feels super critical. Flat out through turn 6 in just about any car, and then you're looking for which number of cones is your braking marker and how brave you feel. It might be 4, it might be 2. Depends on the car, depends on what you had for breakfast. Now they're almost rubbing bumpers again. And now they're going to rub doors. Caden Parks-Miller just stays ahead. The gloves back on them, but Kyle Robertson in the other drivetrainer car hasn't been able to follow him. Oh geez, it's a lot going on board as well. Kind of looks like Dippin' Dots.
Yeah, Caden. We got a move here by Nick Love. Gets a nice run out of Le Mans. And he's going to clear that Donkey Sports car. So Brooks, who was looking pretty comfortably like the third fastest car, has faded a little bit over the last few laps. Now all the way back in 6th as they'll come to the line this time.
Oh goodness me, the race suit's ridiculous as well. I think it's swimming trunks.
Oh boy, and it's all wrong for Caden Parks-Miller. Through turn number 1, he runs it way wide on the entry, and he's going to fall back into the clutches of Nick Love real quick here, given Team HJ, running the huge ass livery there, a little bit of breathing room. And Caden, he got the calculations wrong there. He might be in school for mechanical engineering, but the math was a little bit wrong on the turn entry there.
Well, I'm sure that racing line worked in a frictionless vacuum.
That is always how they get you. And now that's a big gap that's forming up in between Caden Parks-Miller and Ron Wolf. Almost 2 seconds.
Well, the carbon car runs wide there as well. Gotta be careful when you're setting these things up. You can cook the tires at a track like this. Get a little bit uncomfortable once it's light and sort of skipping over the bumps rather than banging into them. Now, I've driven a Ford Mustang around Sebring International Raceway, 35 miles an hour.
Oh man, I bet you were getting all kinds of loose. That's when 95% of Mustang crashes happened.
Freeway on-ramps and exiting shopping car parks.
Oh, you're seeing it again, though, from Caden Parks-Miller. Really wide on the exit. Has to take a big lift, and Nick Love's going to have a heck of a run down the front straight.
BMW looks like it's starting to become a bit pushy. I mean, you always have the effect that, tires at one end of the car wear out a bit quicker than the other, and you'd probably rather become a little understeery over a stint than a little leery and oversteery, which can sometimes happen for the Ford Mustangs. It's just making life tough for him.
Nick Love does good to back the corner up, kind of straight line the exit a little bit, and tries again to get back on the rear bumper, but just can't quite seem to get the run he needs in the right moment. Not yet, anyway.
It's a great promotion going on at the hotel there at Turn 7, the Sebring 7. If you book a hotel room and a dinner reservation, the price you pay for your hotel to celebrate your birthday, the price you pay for your hotel room is the year you were born. So if you were born in 1950, you pay $50. If you're born in 1992, you pay $92. I don't fully understand why, but it's clearly just meant to, entice 60-year-olds?
By the sounds of things. I still think it'd be a good time. Though I might prefer to camp around the borders of the track here if I were going to come down and watch a big race.
What if
or
I said
participate in one.
it includes a free bottle of champagne and birthday dessert at the restaurant with a dinner
I
reservation?
like both of those things, David Haynes. You're really selling me on it. It's getting kind of cloudy out there, Haynes.
Yeah, I think it's remained mostly cloudy. What we've just got is, heading towards the early sunset that's typical of December. Caden Parks-Miller's run wide once again through Sunset Bend. That sunset giving it its namesake. And then Nick Love's run wide through turn 1.
Yeah,
and that's wide from
really
Thong.
I think everyone's getting a little pushy, a little understeery at this phase of the race. I wonder if the track temp's changed. Hasn't moved much from what I can tell. Air temp's pretty similar. People are just starting to get a little maybe fatigued as we get into the second half of the stint. I've got to think that we're getting close on some pit stops. Hey, Haynes?
Yeah, I thought we were doing sort of somewhere between 40 and 45 minutes from some of the other races. So that's still, I think they got a couple more laps in them for sure. But before the top of the hour, no doubt.
Ooh, and Keaton, it looked like he was going to run wide again. That Mustang, or that BMW doesn't look happy right now. What is a little bit happy, I got to think, is the driver of Zach's Hitman Emporium, Kevin Zhu, who's just about gotten that car to within 7 seconds. It's been a hard-fought stint. Just little nibbles of time, a couple tenths back and forth each way between those drivers over the last few laps, but he was putting on a valiant effort to try and close things up. And I think with a little bit of slipstream, he'd be right there. And the other driver in that Hitman Emporium entry, DJ Alessandrini, he's a quick one too. I wouldn't count those guys out from making a push for the race lead.
I think it's going to be Zach Rubin today.
What is it? I'd be willing to believe that too. Saw Alessandrini had registered, but you're right. It looks like Rubin's sitting in the pit lane, but still a quick driver.
It bodes well if they can keep this up, I think. It was obviously very messy for everyone between about 2nd and 10th place in the opening laps, and they just couldn't quite break free of it. But when they did, they looked certainly quicker than a lot of these other teams, and clearly either the second fastest car or on some laps the fastest car.
When Ron Wolf is not being bothered, he seems to have a little bit of pace. But Caden Parks-Miller, when he puts one together, still has a little bit more, but he keeps having these little moments of understeer that are slowing him down. And Nick Love is all over the back of that BMW. Pushing, pushing, pushing.
What are we going to see? I think if you're right in behind the BMW exiting any of the corners, a lot of these other cars seem to have a tiny bit more straight line speed. Nick Love goes left-hand side, so that'll be around the outside of Sunset. He bombs it in so deep. He wants to eat up a couple of those traffic cones. I think he's done a bit of autocross, but the Porsche Cayman really likes the tight line through Sunset, it seems. Around the outside wasn't the correct judgment. He stays in 5th. Caden Parks-Miller stays in 4th. And almost as importantly, everyone stays out.
The Love Racing boys are trying their hardest, but just can't quite seem to get there.
Gee, the number of cars that have had a rear-facing camera absolutely full of Thonk Mustang has been a couple. Nick Love there. Yeah, objects in mirrors are closer than they appear. If at all possible.
So got to be a familiar feeling for Nick racing the Miata in the real world, and I bet you he sees Mustangs come flying up on him all the time and then goes through a corner and sees them disappearing into the distance for a bit. Might not have the same fancy Motec rear view camera, but he knows how to wheel a car that's a little bit underpowered on the straights, and that's kind of how that Porsche is feeling today. But as we've kind of blinked, I think Caden Parks-Miller's locked in, and he's nearly bridging the gap up to Ron Wolf, so we might suddenly be back into a battle from 3rd all the way through 7th again. And you see that tight line from Nick Love, but it's not just any tight line, that's a pit lane line. Nick Love hits the pit lane.
He does, so too do the young guns.
We're almost in the right spot for some scheduled pit stops. 18 laps into this thing. 19 as they cross the line. And Nick Love is going to hop out in favor of Nick Love 4. I think that's Papa Love we established, right?
Yes, sir. That's what we were told.
We're going to see the
breeze.
We're going to see the young guns make a swap too. This will be Andrew Bradbury hopping in. Andrew's first race with the Enduro series. But another young guy from what I gather.
From your extensive research or from the team name?
Yes, yeah.
From extensively researching the team name. That's 46-second stop from Love Racing, but just the 40 from Young Guns, who actually jump Love Racing in the pit lane, and more so because on those cold tires, they don't give you... Is that traction control off? They pressed the wrong button to release the pit lane speed limiter and release the traction control?
It did look like it. That's done something. I'm not entirely sure what, but they've been caught out by that. And well, on the bright side, they probably thoroughly warmed up those tires. iRacing not so good at the flat spots just yet, thankfully.
Yes, there'll be 4 very warm spots on those tires. So SimCity Racing stay out, but Zach's Hitman Emporium are in. We're going to see a couple of other drivers and teams pit now as well, no doubt. Yeah, there we go. The BMW from Drive Trainer comes in, followed in by Thonk Esports. How early the pit lane speed limiter was engaged for Kyle Robertson and Drive Trainer Motorsports Carbon. You're not going to catch him speeding.
I think Caden Parks-Miller is using the pit lane speed limiter. Don't see any flashing lights. It's just interesting.
Oh, I don't know what the BMW does.
Oh no! Oh. And that's gone all sorts of wrong for the Drive Trainer boys. Pit beside each other. Penske wouldn't approve with a pit entry like that. That'll cost Robertson more than a few seconds.
Yeah, well, not many driver changes happening here, but Project Save the Stang, we get a Sennhauser shuffle. Logan Sennhauser to Cameron Sennhauser. Zach Rubin into Zach's Hitman Emporium. But Brooks Clayton stays, Caden Parks Miller stays, Kyle Robertson stays. 2430 coming to the lane. Here's your race leader. Is it time for them? They're almost about to put Slow at Expectations a lap down. No. Okay.
Honestly, the Slower Expectations boys have been driving pretty quick after that first pit stop there. They are holding them back. Not obligated to give anything up. And they're right on 2430 Esports, so they're racing for position as SimCity.
2430 of going to have those cold tyres you'd expect as well, which we've seen can be challenging on the Porsche Cayman. And they're about to be challenged by the race leader SimCity Racing. What was third place before all of these pit stops comes in.
I'm seeing some positively massive fuel saving there from Chris Beats. I think he lifted 100, 150 feet before the cone there.
Yeah, massive there as well. Then really just the trick to good fuel saving is to keep your apex speed high, even if it's not the perfect racing line. It's actually slightly compromising the exit to keep minimum speed through the corner high rather than to maximize the exit, which is normally how you drive most corners.
HJBC rejoining here with Ron Wolf. He'll be rejoining right in front of Caden Parks. Sorry, Team Huge Ass. Rejoining right in front of Caden Parks Miller. I just see the colors. I get all excited.
So the battle's back on, isn't it? Balthazar Motorworks also complete their pit stop. Looks like Bill Woods stays there. That first lap on the new tyres, I think you do need to be a little bit careful. There's one lap more of tyre temperature from these drives behind Caden Parks Miller and Brooks Clayton than Ron Wolf. SimCity Racing are in from the lead of the race as well.
Real close together.
Give it a new set of tyres and that BMW looks good.
That looks very maneuverable at this point in the stint. And big slide of oversteer on power. And he'll get up beside Ron Wolf. Not quite enough on side to make the move work, but you're right. He's going to keep him under pressure here.
Parks Miller's getting way more traction out of the corners, at least for the moment. So that could be a little bit of his strength, even if it's not in braking or the front grip. Looks like Chris Beats stays. And SimCity Racing are back out there.
So 22 laps on that stint with what I'm going to call a fair bit of fuel saving. Next longest was 21 out of the huge ass car and the Balthazar Motorworks cars. Back to the huge ass cars, they're racing.
So can the BMW go around the outside of turn 1? There's just a car width on the exit for him there. As drivers so often tend to run wide through turn 1. And there's not a car width for him on the outside of turn 3. Brooks Clayton's like, do I eventually get my nose in here? And the answer is maybe. And another just really good traction exiting these corners there for Parks Miller.
That BMW looks really, really, really comfortable right now. The ability to just place it at the apex, place it on the exit is impressive. He's trying for that inside line. He's going to go outside though. And Ron's doing a good job of making that Mustang wide, it must be said too.
Yeah, so did the factory.
Hey.
Now that we've had a pit stop for both, the race lead gap was down about 4.5 seconds. It's growing now for Zach Rubin. Don't know what just happened there for him. But certainly they can still keep an eye on the race lead. And they got just a little bit closer with the amount of saving that I think Chris Beats was doing in the final 2 laps of his run. So SimCity Racing lead 5 seconds ahead now of Zach's Hitman Emporium. And then, what about third place? Who knows? Is that a BMW to the inside of Sunset Bend? New tyres for Caden Parks Miller. And suddenly that BMW wants to behave. He's up into third place after really running Ron Wolf and Ujas right to the line there. Thonk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by Beer are just going to back off around the outside of turn 1.
That was a good bit of pressure, but a good bit of contact too at the apex. Lucky that both of them were going slow enough not to get spun out between Wolf and the drivetrainer Emerald car piloted by Kid and Parks Miller at this phase of the race.
It's getting a little bit of haze come across the air and the skies. Oh yeah, relative humidity is swampy. So that's what it is, just a little bit of afternoon haze, not quite fog, but just that swamp air.
A little gap now for drivetrainer starts to open up. Half a second on the last lap. And now that they're separated, let's see what it is when they come to the line this time. We'll see the next one now churn with.
Can drivetrainer just do this stint a little differently and still be competitive at the end of it? Can they find a driving style that uses up the front tires a little bit less? The answer is maybe, maybe not, because they just pushed a bit wide through turn 1.
Yeah, certainly scrubbing less when you churn that little. Gotta wonder how much dirt you're picking up on the tires there.
Scrubbins racing
remain nearly identical on the stopwatch between first and second place. So that battle will continue. 5.5 seconds between them. Solid effort from Zoo. Took a chunk out of the leader's pace. If you're following along with the young guns, they're about, looks like 10 seconds behind this battle that we were just watching for 3rd to 5th place. Andrew Bradbury now behind the wheel, putting in solid laps, feeling his way out, I think, around here. Closest battle on track is this battle for the podium, though.
Yeah, and last lap was a personal best for Caden Parks-Miller and that car there, but then he ran wide in turn 1 immediately after. Kind of undid a little bit of the good work. Puts him back under pressure again, which was a tough place for them to be. It didn't look like it suited their car to be under pressure and not have clear air, which is what they would have liked. And that's a new race PB for Thonk Esports.
Yeah, smells a little bit of opportunity. And capitalizes, does Thonk.
Could have been a PB for 24:30 as well, but they had an off track, so it feels like the track's pretty quick right now. We've lost just a little bit of temperature from the track surface. We've also rubbered it in just a little bit more, so it's just fractionally quicker than it was earlier on.
So right now, the Drivetrainer Emerald guys are at 10 points on the season. The Huge Ass boys are at 4. And the Thonk Esports guys are sitting down at 104 because they missed 2 of the preceding races. So the guys in 5th are really looking for a race win. Ron Wolf and Caden Parks-Miller racing for a position in the point standings. So you got to think they'd like to be up at the front as well. Both of the leaders of that group would need a little bit of help, though, either way, in order to go and get themselves into a prize-paying position.
And a new personal best for Drivetrainer Emerald, a new personal best for Huge Ass, just matching the personal best basically for Thonk Esports there. So a tidy lap from all involved. New PB for the race leader as well at a 2:10.870, but that's still just short of the fastest lap of the race at 2:10.823 by Zach's Hitman Emporium. A lot of work on the brake pedal to make that Mustang rotate. I was just seeing the brake lights come on and off in the braking zone for the 337 Huge Ass Mustang. So one big braking application and then just trailing it a little bit to make the big thing turn. But then on the corner exit, you've got a different pedal that you can use to make the car turn. Hopefully not towards bystanders or oncoming traffic.
Yeah, just a judicious application of throttle. These things do have traction control, these GT4s. Be curious to see one day maybe someone will try and bring some traction control to a real world ChampCar event. Sure, there's a few vehicles that got that in their ECU. Probably not the kind you want, though. The HJ Mustang uses all the exit as they come across the line again.
This track's quick. There's a new fastest lap of the race. SimCity Racing Chris Beats has just lowered his best and the race's best to a 210.604.
Takes a little bit out of second place. Not a ton, though. Continuing to put pressure on
back at 6th and 7th, we saw Kyle Robertson overshoot his pit stall and lose about 10 seconds. That put him behind Young Guns. Well, he's not anymore.
Yeah, that gap was closing down for a couple laps. Bradbury maybe going to see if he can learn something from Kyle Robertson, who comes up and makes the move pretty handily into turn number 3, must be said.
Now almost 20 seconds behind their teammates who they were right with before those pit stops. The Drive Trainer Motorsports cars separated by a little bit more. Emerald still leading this group. Both Drive Trainer Motorsports cars came into this final round tied on 10 points, along with some of the others in the 4-way tie for that position.
We're starting to get a little bit of that sunset you were talking about earlier, Haynes. Shadow's starting to get long out there.
That's where it goes. On board with the big Mustang, 2 downshifts into turn 1, and still just a tiny bit wide. What is Ron Wolf's helmet, and is it a watermelon?
Must be a fan of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. We, up here, the Canadian Football League, the Rough Riders, we always put watermelons on our head. What with having the green football team and all that. Can't quite see it from this shot, I think. You can almost get a shot of it in the mirror. Kind of see it lighting up. That is a bit like watermelon. I think you're right.
I've seen a watermelon or two in my time, don't worry.
They got them all the way down there in Australia, hey?
What's on your helmet? I've just got a bunch of little stickers.
You know, the first time I installed trading paints, no, this would have been after, because they added the helmet painting a little bit later. But when they added the helmet painting, one of the first things on the trading paints store there was a big smiley face So I got a big old emoji smiley face on my helmet. I think it's a good time. Need to get it so that my real world helmet is painted up like the sim one. I think next time I go helmet shopping. Due for a replacement. Am I?
Mine's SA 2020, so I got a couple of good years still in my bell.
Yeah, mine was a 15. Its career ended a little bit earlier than 25 though, because some mice got in there. So that's no way to store your helmet, I'll tell you, folks. But we'll get a 2025 here in just a bit. In the meantime, I've been borrowing from one of my big noggin friends. These three seem to have decided that it's just time to follow the leader through this second stint here. About 20-25 minutes in to this tank of fuel, and looks like Ron Wolf is getting content to let Caden Parks Miller lead the way. I do think that if we check back in at the front, you might hear the sound of Chris Beats lifting and coasting into the first turn. Sorry, the Sunset Bend, with Zach's Hitman Emporium not far behind, starting to take a chunk out of that lead. Almost got it into the 4 seconds last time by. We'll see what it is as Beats dives into turn 1. We got Zach's Hitman Emporium crossing the line 5:03 back.
Yeah, these are two quickest at the moment. And now Zach Rubin is 20 seconds ahead of the return of Shenanigans in 3rd and 4th place. Okay, Parks Miller defending turn 1 as Ron Wolf had a really good run down the front straight.
Yep, Caden says, oh, you got a wide Mustang? I got a wide BMW. But we are kind of reaching that phase where in the last stint, the Mustangs really seemed to take an advantage in the second half. I don't know if that Mustang's just keeping its tires on a little bit better, or the balance gets a little bit better as the fuel comes off. Hard to say for sure.
Got lowered expectations for their second stop, remembering that they stopped quite early the first time around. So now it's 20 laps since that stop. And Aaron Reed is heading down the lane. Might we see Andy Kosick? It's possible.
Seems probable.
It's assured. So Aaron Reed out, Andy Kosick in for lowered expectations as they entered the lane. I think 24:30 and Love Racing went past. So now that's the work for the next stint in the number 6 Cayman.
Race leader's gone past him too, putting him a lap down.
Balthazar Motorworks have just started catching Project Save the Stang, Sennhauser Racing team. So 8th and 9th get a little bit closer here as well.
Bill Woods, I think he owns 3 Mustangs and has decided to race the Porsche. We'll have to ask him if he's making some future plans. to make a switch. Or if he was just letting the other guys on the team decide there. Of course, Balthazar and Justin Woods, the other two drivers there for the Balthazar Motorworks car. And it looks like this battle pack for third place is going to be coming up on some lap traffic here soon, hey Haynes?
Yep, that's where Andy Kosick has come out after his second stop. So a lap down to SimCity Racing and Zach's Hitman Emporium already. Soon to be a lap down to drive trainer Hugh Jass and Thonk, the way it's going, and especially the way that a cold tyres out lap seems to go.
Yeah, safely staying to the side of the track is Andy. Very safely, as he takes some evasive action. I think when he turned in there after the tower bend, he got a little bit looser than expected and decided, hey, I'm not going to push it in front of these guys.
So this has become one of the weak points for the BMW again now, is Sunset Bend. Dragging the brake and dragging the brake and asking the car to turn. Strings it all together to a decent lap time. Meanwhile, Kyle Robertson has found his driving shoes. So he has gone by the young guns and then left him 10 seconds in his dust now. And the third fastest car on track last lap. Been an incident for Love Racing. You can see quite a bit of damage on their Cayman. Now they are just going through Tower Bend now. It was at previous corners here.
Cunningham curve, he turns in and he finds about the only part of the barrier there that's not covered by tires and manages to bend the front end up pretty solidly. The hood of that car doesn't even look like it's particularly well attached right now.
No, that looks like it could flap off. Here comes that third place battle. Caden Parks-Miller, Ron Wolf and Brooks Clayton down the Ullman Straight.
Ooh, and we'll have to take a little evasive action. But everyone's going to get through cleanly.
Love Racing are, of course, going to have to pit, and they do. This goes on. Save the Stang versus Balthazar goes on again. That one just ebbing and flowing a bit. They came together, they drifted apart, they came together again, and they're just a little bit apart. I think they could come together again if Cameron Sennhauser has run wide there and Bill Woods hasn't.
Yeah, Bill Woods definitely seemed to get the better of Sunset Bend there. And looking a little bit more comfortable right now.
Here's a repaired Cayman. Slowed expectations, of course, went past Love Racing and up into 11th as that happened. So that was a position that changed. Slowed expectations came out of their last pit stop in 12th place, but now they're 11th. BMW sure climbs a little bit more of the curb through Gentebien, and then exiting Le Mans, it's about the same. The appetite between Caden Parks-Miller and Ron Wolf for some curbs. Have we just had a new fastest lap of the race again?
Oh, it's snuck
First
up
and
on
second. Yeah, well, they haven't moved it by much, but they have. So it's a 2:10.6 from first place and second place on the last lap. So they're going rapidly again.
Yeah, with that sun starting to come down and the fog
that was off the track.
Yeah, that was a really wide exit there. We started complimenting him too much, but the track temp started to come down, and I think both of these guys are feeling a little bit more confident, just another 1/10 of a second more confident. Speaking of feeling confident, Ron Wolf looked like he was feeling pretty confident there.
Well, it's easy when you reach 13 laps into the stint and the BMW in front just doesn't want to turn in towards turn 1 anymore. He's got a Porsche helmet on while he drives the BMW, so I don't know how that works out. We're going to be side by side. Going into turn 7, it did not work out at all. But it was a good attempt. It's been almost an hour of this now. Just Drivetrain and Motorsports Emerald, huge ass, Thonk Esports, just all in the same basket.
Yeah, they just can't seem to sort it out amongst themselves.
Well, they had their pit stops and then it was all the same again. But getting much darker over Sebring. Still remains very humid with some afternoon haze in the sky. And get dark by the end. Still a decent breeze blowing from the north. All the flags, and there are many flags on the front straight. All straight to the mast.
Yeah, been a pretty consistent 10, 15 mile an hour. And these three are still together, but the battle for 8th and 9th place is starting to get a little spicy with Balthasar Motorworks in the draft off of the Le Mans curve. Looked like he had a bit of a run, tightening up again into Sunset Bend, where he's had a little bit of success versus the Mustang. Seems to get through there just a little bit more easily. Sennhauser and the Save the Stang car up ahead. The Sennhauser weaving a bit, saying no draft for you.
And both quicker than Young Guns last lap as well, who you see is just a couple of seconds ahead. So that's shaping up as well in this group.
Yeah, Bill Woods just keeps closing it down. But if they are going to be 1.5 seconds faster than the Young Guns up ahead, they'll be there real quick.
They'll be there right quick. Gee, that always looks like it's about to rain. It won't, but it's just got that sort of swamp haze over the horizon. The mist between the trees.
Ooh, jump back to 8th and 9th place. Bill Wood's got to run through the tower turn. The SimCity Racing sets the fastest lap of the race. Oh, and Bill Wood's backed out, but he had quite an opportunity there. And he'll be looking to capitalize on that opportunity, you got to think, through Jean de Bien Bend and the Le Mans curve here. It doesn't quite get to power as well as the Mustang ahead. And actually just getting gapped down the straightaway.
Yeah, I think that Balthazar Motorworks car's actually been a bit down on straight line speed all day.
Oh, well, that won't help.
Yeah, interesting
Taps
differences.
the right front corner. And it is positively dark out there. It's cloudy. But, yeah, it taps the right front corner at the apex of the Sunset Bend. Interesting. But despite that little mistake, both of them nearly make a second on Andrew Bradbury up ahead. I think our Young Guns driver is suffering a little bit, getting dropped into that car for the first time on this championship weekend. We'll check back in with them in a moment because things are heating up for third place.
Yeah, there's always just some strengths in slightly different areas between different models of GT4 car. It's not bad for Ron Wolf, so Caden Parks-Miller moves all the way to the yellow line and then some, and then moves back to the racing line before Sunset Bend. So the inside line goes to the huge-ass Mustang. Can the BMW turn around the outside that wide through Sunset Bend? Not really. We're going to be level off the corner down the front straight.
It's looking like NASCAR out there. He takes the wide line, gets the momentum off the corner. But can he get it woed down for turn one? That's been the struggle with this BMW. And it still doesn't look like it wants to turn. He's blocking. He's going to the inside real tight. Nicely held, though. And the Team UJAS car just trying to find a way around.
Brooks Clayton's been sitting on his hands, twiddling his thumbs, just waiting this whole stint, seeing who's going to get the better of this. Oh, that's tight. So some big diamonds across the racetrack in the braking zone. Caden Parks-Miller was covered all the way to the inside, then pointed back to the outside. Ron Wolf pointed to the inside. Got half of a nose down there, remains to the inside with half a nose heading into Cunningham Corner. Is there a bit of marble build-up happening here? He wants to stay in this fight to get to the inside of Tower Bend, but space? No, there is none. Can I offer you
back in
a new fastest lap of the race?
Ooh, the cloud cover's doing something out there, David Haynes. I don't know if the motors are running better or if the track's just getting that much cooler, but things are tightening up at the front with that kind of pace. And they're getting tight back here. 7th, 8th, and 9th all together for a battle now.
Well, we've determined that the straight line's not the strength for that Balthazar Motorworks Porsche, so where is he's going to have to try to outbrake, he's going to have to try to go around the outside somewhere, or he's going to have to wait for another opportunity which could come as they close in on the Young Guns Porsche.
And Cameron Sennhauser has been towing that Porsche of Bill Woods around, it must be said. And with a little bit of draft here now from Andrew Bradbury, be curious to see how close he gets into the braking zone. Looking comfortable as they come through Sunset Bend, and that Porsche keeps getting bigger and bigger out the front window. Sennhauser clear of Bill Woods by about 3 car lengths. Peeking towards the inside, they're going into turn number 1 and rolling a lot more speed. Has to take a little bit of evasive action, does Cameron. He's going to run it a little bit smoother through the apex, carrying some more pace, and we're seeing a big defensive line from Andrew Bradbury as he tries to hold off Sennhauser here. They've just about got to the halfway point, but the racing isn't halfway over, because these guys are going to give us a plenty of action here, I gotta think.
Cameron Sennhauser, is that Oscar Piastri's helmet? It's a McLaren. He's driving a Mustang. He's looking to take a late apex at turn 7. You've got this sort of little chicane on the exit, which you've always got to just straight line to put the power down, and then there's a couple of little kinks on the way to the next real corner. Well, no grip there. Whew. Now Bill Woods is all over him.
I was going to say, Bill Woods is in the wheel tracks. You gotta watch out. He keeps sneaking up. He's got a nice line here through Tower Turn, and he is right on the rear bumper once again at the exit. Just seeming that like Bill is able to place the car a little bit more deliberately on the entry, a little bit more comfortably, and then Cameron runs away on the straights. And Cameron's a little wide. Bill Wood looks up the inside. He gets pinched. He has to back off, take a little bit of extra curb, and he's going to have a terrible run on the back straight. Cameron Sennhauser, meanwhile, gets a bit of a run on Andrew Bradbury, who's dived to the inside trying to hold Sennhauser out. Sennhauser's going to be able to brake a little later. Oh, he doesn't, though. And Bradbury goes wide, and the two of them contact, and Bill Woods is going to get by, and Andrew Bradbury, for the second time, that Young Guns car is facing the wrong way in Sunset Bend, and it looks like it's going to get away mostly unscathed. Bradbury opts for the safe option, dives straight into the pits, and Bill Woods now ahead of Cameron Sennhauser. And that's a tough one.
Highly dramatic. It's all status quo a bit further up the road here. And now, on the 20th lap since their last pit stop, Drivetrainer Motorsports and Thonk Esports. Drove 20 laps in the first stint. Hugas drove 21. SimCity Racing drove 22. So as we're a minute and a half away from the halfway point of the race, the ChampCar iRacing 3 hours of Sebring, strategically, this next one's a very important pit stop. Going to see some driver changes you expect from the cars that haven't stopped yet, that haven't made a change yet, but you would hope to get to that halfway point and not need to stop before it. Zach's Hitman Emporium are in. Who else are we going to get? Drivetrainer Emerald.
So just interesting to see Hitman Emporium, that's 20 laps and 20 laps back to back. DJ Alessandrini now behind the wheel, so we are going to get to see him today. Caden Parks Miller coming down. That'll be what, 20 laps and 20 laps again. So those guys comfortable right around that 20 lap number. Meanwhile, our leader, who's far and away ahead of the pack, had about 8 seconds at the stop after the second half of the stint got a little slower for Hitman. Only 18 laps into the stint because they were able to take the first one out to 22. So some fuel numbers starting to look pretty favorable for the front-running SimCity Racing boys as DJ Alessandrini takes the Hitman Emporium car out onto the track, presumably in what will be their final driver change. We'll have to see. While we've looked away, Bill Woods is now driving alone with a gap because I believe the Sennheiser Save the Stang has hit the lane and just come back out. So that's them. And we've got, who else is that on the lane? That's the 2430 Esports, and that's our Save the Stang. Oh, that's the Drive Trainer Motorsports Carbon car coming off the lane. And they've made swap as well. That's Kyle Shuck in the car for Carbon. Sebastian Day is on the lane in 2430 Esports, as is Logan Sennhauser in the Project Save the Stang car. Sennhauser. That'll be his. That's Logan behind the wheel. Logan did the first stint and Cameron did the second, so it'll be Logan back in for a third stint for the car and second stint for Logan. Keegan Allen back behind the wheel of the Young Guns. He'll be just flashing by as Sebastian Day exits the pits. Sebastian took the car after the first stint from Max Francescelli and is now going to do a double here by the looks of things. So the pit stop shaking things up a bit. Not shaking everything up though, because we still have a battle for what is second place on track right now, Haynes.
Yeah, there's 4 more cars that we need to pit. It's the leaders, it's Huge Ass, it's Thonk, and it's Balthazar Motorworks. So Huge Ass saved a little bit in the first stint. Seemed to have saved a little bit again. Thonk didn't save much in the first stint, but that whole stint that we've just seen there, the second run, they just sat, watched Huge Ass and Drive Trainer try to battle. And so they've done some very solid saving to catch back up in the savings department in stint number 2.
Critical position when they go into the pit lane. Two of them jockeying. You want to be the first guy in, get clear line of sight to your box, get the cleanest entry. And Ron Wolf just stretching it out a little bit through this phase of the lap. About a half second, nearly 7/10. It's coming down as they exit the Le Mans curve with Brooks getting some of that draft. And who can get the right line through Sunset here? Underrated. It's tricky. You got to tighten it up a little bit more than usual to get to the right for this pit lane exit. And HJ is going to continue on with Brooks Clayton hitting the lane this time. So the fuel save working for Ron Wolf in that car. Ran 21 on the first stint, going to run 22 on the second stint by the looks of things.
Well, the dash goes purple with the limiter engaged. Now I know. We get a driver change to Austin Tucker. Is he also wearing his swim trunks? Don't know. I worry he might be. Balthazar Motorworks are in. So that's 21 laps again for Bill Woods. If they couldn't get the passes done on track that they necessarily wanted, strategically that's not bad at all.
Yeah, solid pit stop time there. Looks like something right around 40 seconds, and you got to be feeling pretty good. Doing anything better than that, and you're going real quick.
Jumps drive trainer.
Yeah, better to be the guy doing the overcut with the warm-up we're seeing on these tires.
I can expect that BMW will actually get quite close over this lap with the extra tire temperature that it's got. But the overcut does have some power in dry conditions.
Our leader is catching up to some lap traffic. Coming into turn 3, we got Kyle Shuck in the Drivetrainer Motorsports Carbon car. Under a little bit of fire here from Chris Beets. Good point of the track to catch him, though. And Shuck will do the right thing, get a little bit out of the way as Chris Beets comes by. That SimCity car just looking comfy.
It's gonna come in. You've got Balthazar versus Project Save the Stang now. The Sennheiser racing team have got those warm tyres. Balthazar's on his outlap and doesn't. Similar battle going on here. So the offsets in the pit strategy, giving us offsets in the tyre warm up and fire up, and LaShawn Young-Dilworth moves ahead of Austin Tucker. Zach Balthazar stays ahead of Logan Sennheiser. Giovanni Romano gets into the 337 Mustang.
On both of these drivers, just getting in the car for the first time this race. Austin and LaShawn learning what the track conditions are like as this track gets cooler and darker at this time of day. Track temps starting to drop just a little bit. And the two of them coming down the front straight with the huge ass car now piloted by Giovanni Romano. Noted Canadian driver joining the track.
Yes, noted indeed. He will have the same problem with the tyre warm-up for a lap or two. Race leader is in. So we've had Chris Beets the whole race. Might we get Ryan Pucktel?
Gotta think that would be the move, just with the way the pit strategy seems to be shaken out. Maximum drive time in the series is 2 hours. We have seen these guys do a little bit of interesting driver swapping, but it will be a change. Ryan Pucktel takes the wheel as this battle pack comes flying by, and that's, a big moment there from the Young Guns. That was Keegan Allen getting real close to Nicola 4.
Zach Balthazar then gets ahead as he stayed on track.
And the two of them get by, get a little close. Love takes some evasive action. That's what the blue flag's for there. Releasing
Ryan
those
Pucktel
guys.
is into the race for the back half. And what a nice little spot his teammate Chris Beets has given him. Giella Centurini into the Zach's Hitman Emporium car. Looks like he'll be about 8 seconds behind.
But do you see that little number on the timing screen? That's a 2:09.8 last time by for DJ. And I don't think we've seen anyone get into the 2:09s yet today. So that's a real quick one. Saying, hey, pay attention up there, Ryan. I'm coming for you. Another guy saying, hey, pay attention is Keegan Allen in that Young Guns car as he's trying to get by the likes of Zach Balthazar, the namesake of Balthazar Motorworks, who's doing his best to try and hold him off. Balthazar's got a little bit warmer tires a little bit cooler tires right now than the Young Guns, who are doing everything they can to get around. Big draft. And the go-kart racer takes the inside line and takes it in deep, running wide. And Balthazar's going to over-under, cross him up the inside. And the two of them trying their best to get an exit here. I think advantage goes to Keegan Allen with the young guns, but one of those classic sunset bend moments where the lines cross over and both of them are fast. Looks like Zach's going to drop into the tire tracks of Keegan Allen. Maybe a little crossover attempted, but not quite enough momentum. Now it looks like behind them, Sebastian Day is looking for his chance to get by Nick Love. You see him just in the background there as Day tries to find his way up the inside. And a little bit of tire spin there from Nick Love 4 is going to send Sebastian up the inside and into the lead of that little battle. Those are cars on different laps. Nick Love running 1 lap down right now. Sebastian Day still on the lead lap. Correction, 2 laps down there for Nick Love the 4. Back at the front, we're seeing some action out on track. Holy, Gio Romano's come by and put a quick one in for that huge ass car. 40 seconds off the lead, but critically now 6 seconds ahead of the Drivetrainer Motorsports Emerald car. So they're starting to spread out that battle pack we've been watching for the first half of the race. And at the front, DJ Alessandrini's putting some pressure. Now 6.5 seconds back from Zach's Hitman Emporium. Sorry, in the Zach's Hitman Emporium car. 6.5 seconds back from Ryan Puckdahl. Because Puckdahl is still on the warm-up for those tires.
Yeah, only just now his first flying lap since he got them. Alessandrini a couple more laps into the stint, but if he's going to get home on only one more stop, he's going to have to find a couple of 21 lap stints, you'd think. They haven't done that yet. None of his teammates achieved that. It was all 20 lap stints.
That could be a difference maker in this kind of race. No fuel saving from Alessandrini right now, though. That was throttle all the way to the braking zone. And DJ does like to push. So we'll see what he's got there.
.1. I'm maybe a little more interested in what Romano's got, because he's only just bringing his tyres in now as well. We saw a PB 10.7 last lap, again quicker than the battle that they've left behind of Drivetrainer Emerald and Thonk Esports. Let's see the end of this lap from Romano.
Ooh. That'll do you. 2:10.196 for Gio this time by. So putting in the sprinter for the close and stint here is Team Huge Ass. So we'll see if they're able to whittle something down and maybe get into firing range with the leaders at some point here. Certainly they got to be hoping for a caution just to make that a little bit easier, but wouldn't everyone like to get a little bit closer to the guy ahead?
Yes, for sure. It's definitely going to be dark by the end of this race, and those turn 3 palm trees will get illuminated. Keegan Allen, Zach Balthazar 8th and 9th. Well, it took Keegan Allen a little bit to get past, and we've seen them get maybe too deep into Sunset Bend once or twice. That was the moment with Project Save the Stang. There was almost a bit of a moment with Balthazar Motorworks. But looks like the quicker car now. And then Logan Sennhauser's just a couple seconds up the road. It's gone from misty hazy on the horizon to sort of golden and orange. There are plenty of oranges around here at Sebring. If, say, you take a wrong turn in your rental car trying to drive into town, you can drive past so many orchards and orange groves. Race lead down to 5 seconds now. I think the thing that SimCity Racing can take a little bit of comfort in, though, is their now significantly superior fuel position of 4 laps more, and they made their middle stop of the race after the halfway point. Number 10 of Zach's Hitman Emporium had to make the stop before the halfway. Might need some saving, might need some management, might need some luck. SimCity Racing are making their own luck as they aim to take 4 from 4 and take all of the chips off the table in the ChampCar iRacing Series Team Endurance Championship.
Yeah, they're looking to take all that wonderful prize money that was on offer. Of course, 200 champ bucks a race and 200 more for the championship being provided here by the ChampCar iRacing, or sorry, the ChampCar Endurance Series, who have graciously sponsored this series for a number of years. Trying to give a foot in the door for those drivers that got some chops in the virtual world and want to come and get their feet into a real world racing car out on some of the best tracks North America has to offer. We are big ChampCar fans over here. Haynes and I both getting our start in real world cars that way.
Yeah, I remember passing you at Indianapolis.
It was before or after I put it into the gravel trap there, Haynes?
Must have been after your engine ingested a bit of gravel.
Well, there's a reason some of us are more cut out for the commentary booth.
It's wide
Austin
from
Tucker.
Gilbert through turn 1. Austin Tucker will look down the inside here at turn 3. Gee, were they close to a bit of contact once again?
I think LaShawn's got a pretty good idea of exactly how long a Mustang is and how wide a Mustang is in relation to his BMW, because he's got no qualms closing the door there. DJ Alessandrini's got him put in another 209.8 last time by continuing to take chunks out of that lead. We'll keep our eyes on this battle though. LaShawn's holding the inside line. Now the outside with Austin Tucker getting to the apex and rolling it a little bit better. And I think Tucker's got a shot here to close the door. He does. Maybe a breath of a lift there from LaShawn to make sure that two didn't become one. And heading into the tower turn, that's going to be Austin Tucker with 4th place.
Similar to what we saw very early in this race, where when they're up the inside, they're often not in a hurry to make their turn in, and then you're just stuck in that tiny bit of no man's land as the car around the outside. 210.2 for Ryan Parkhill, 209.8 for DJ Alessandrini as he takes about 4/10 out of the race leader to move it from 5 seconds to 4.6. You'll be able to see that SimCity racing car. Like, are we getting closer? Are we getting closer? Just a little bit every lap.
If you're Alessandrini, you're thinking you got to get up into that draft. You got to think with the disadvantage they've got on fuel. That final stop's going to be a doozy.
Hang on, Devon. I've got an elephant in my room here. I might just need to address that. There have been 3 drivers in the number 10 car, which is 1 too many. No, hang on. Yes.
What? No? That has only been 2. Well, we got Zoo, we got Ruben, and we got Alessandrini.
Yeah, okay, that's 3. Yeah. So even if they won this race, they would be a DSQ. And SimCity Racing everyone else would then get promoted.
We'll have to double check the wording of the rules on that one, Haynes. I'm not. Things are continuing to heat up for 7th place here. As the Save the Stang, the Young Guns, and the Balthazar Motorworks guys are getting a little closer together.
There's 4 in a line here for Sennheiser Racing Team Young Guns Balthazar 2430, and it's all closing up just a little bit. Sebastian Day in the 2430.
Keegan's managed to get that thing headed in the right direction over the last few laps, putting in some quicker ones than the teammate was able to manage. Still going to have to find a little bit though, because Logan Sennhauser is making that Mustang boogie looking very comfortable. And managing to steal a few tenths last time by, even as Keegan manages to close up in the braking zone. And the Porsche really does seem more comfortable through this half of the track in general. Mustang getting the advantage on the straights, as you might expect. we're switching over to Love Racing here, who's gone and found the wall and gone and found another meatball. You can see that car has a wheel facing the wrong way. Watch here, he turns, jumps the curb, and finds another patch of guardrail that doesn't have any tires in front of it. Gets that car pointed the right way, but we'll have to nurse it all the way back around the track. Keep it on the track as much as you can. As traffic starts to come by, that was Gio Romano coming by. And Haynes has gone and flipped open the rule book and pointed at the rules for me and highlighted the line that says 2 drivers per race, 1 alternate. So I take it back. So yes,
sir. It said it in the season registration, and it said it in every event notes for every event.
Remember when I said this is why I'm a commentator and not a racer, Haynes? But the page flipping there was frantic, must be said. Lead gap does keep coming down though, and so even if Alessandrini's Zach's Hitman Emporium entry is racing for pride, they're racing with a lot of pace as they race for pride.
Gee, it looks gorgeous right now. You had that sun glistening just above the horizon. Beautiful wintry colors in Sebring, and it just looked like a dangerous time to be a beer. 3 seconds is the race lead, and the spectators around here at Sebring, it's dangerous to be a couch sometimes on the inside of turn 7. It's Keegan Allen just getting a little bit closer to Logan Sennhauser. Two cars in pit lane. Slowed expectations have just been through for their third stop, and Andy Kosick is back out. And with the damage on the Love Racing 647, they've just come in. And they're going to get a bit of repairs done, a bit of fuel, and a bit of a new driver. Young Guns seems super close into turn 1, but it's way deep into turn 3 from Logan Sennhauser. A dive to the inside of turn 5 goes Keegan Allen, slides out across and just ahead. They're pushing right to the limit and making a couple of mistakes as they go.
And the Mustang is pushing so hard, it's like a freight train behind that little Porsche. And I don't know if there's an onboard rear view on that Porsche, but man, I bet you that you could only see the Mustang emblem in it. It was so close there. Logan
Riding my pony? Genuine?
So say Logan Sennhauser, as you watch that Mustang make its way around the corners, it's just a little twitchier than the Porsche head, just a little looser. And I think that's how you have to drive the Mustang, but it doesn't look super comfortable.
They're moving around a lot. It should be, groupy track conditions, well, quick track conditions, but does that sometimes mean edgy track conditions? Andy Kosick wants not a bar of being in their way. Does he have any damage? No, he's just being very, very kind to everyone else. The battle between Young Guns and Project Save the Stang.
Yeah, Kosick did have a little bit of a drama coming off the final, or the second to last turn there, but he he decided just to stay out of the way, I think, after that little bit of excitement. He stays out of the way some more as the likes of Zach Balthazar and Sebastian Day come by in 9th and 10th behind our battle here that we're following between 7th and 8th place, Keegan Allen and Logan Sennhauser.
Lights are on the new bridge across to the infield there. A couple of other lights are going to come on around the racetrack, but the lights have not yet come on the cars. That should be pretty soon. Give it 5 minutes or so. You've got those great cat's eyes reflectors around the racetrack here for racing at night. It's not as thoroughly illuminated as Daytona, Motegi, some other road courses. But what it lacks in track lights, it makes up for in headlights and reflectors.
And those headlights have come on. We're seeing those reflectors, like you said, popping up. Really is kind of special look around here. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, it makes you feel like you're landing a plane. Also, reflective cones for the braking markers as well. So you've got to have your headlights on for all of that. "27 laps to go" is the prediction right now. Longest stint we've seen anyone do is 22 laps. So that puts us as still 5 laps away from being able to stop and get all the way to the end. Ryan Pucktel's just lost a second out of thin air. The race lead is 1.7 seconds. DJ Alessandrini is breathing down the neck of the race leader. And we're just exiting Le Mans, so I wonder if it was through there that Ryan Pucktel's lost a tiny bit of time. Ooh, look at that. Why do you think they call it Sunset Bend?
Yeah, I was just looking at that and thinking to myself that it looks real good. And also, I think if I was guesstimating, say about 15 minutes till we're getting into twilight times here.
That's lowered expectations off the outside of turn 1. Andy Cosick continuing his commitment to staying out of the way of lapping cars. But I think that's missing a rear wing already before this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's
and
having some trouble there.
That's the result.
Doesn't turn so good when it's got no rear downforce, as I think.
The problem is it turns
Cosick.
too good.
Yeah. I think that's actually, I missed it the first time on the first spin, but Cosick's been missing that for a good number of laps now. Maybe didn't even get one put on. I don't know, it was on at the stop, but he's been missing it for a while anyway. And that's causing him some issues.
Now, real Porsche collectors pay big money for that. It's called the GT3 Touring, or the 911 ST, or the 911R was the first time they did it, and it made big money.
Little weave there on the exit as Keegan Allen in the Young Guns Porsche is looking at the mirror and seeing Logan Sennhauser bearing down on him into sunset again. Logan will hold it tight to the inside and try to find the momentum. Gets a nice apex at the second apex there and slingshots it off the corner and has almost all the momentum that Keegan will down the inside as they cross the start finish line, head down towards turn 1. And Logan's going to have to brake early, and he'll try and cross over on the exit, but nothing doing. Keegan's going to get away and positions the car so that Logan has nowhere to go into turn number 3.
We've seen some really good battling all throughout this race here at Sebring. Basically, from lap 1, there's always been some kind of a battle to watch.
There's another one forming up just ahead of them between Austin Tucker and LaShawn Young-Dilworth, who are running 4th and 5th. The two of them coming closer together as they fight for the first stop off the podium. And we're checking in with our race leader now, Ryan Pucktel, who himself is starting to look and think about a battle, because DJ Alessandrini in the Zach Sitman Emporium car in second is now only 1.47 seconds behind. So that is about to be a battle at the front of the field too. And you got to think if they get to battling, Giovanni Romano is going to be doing everything he can to try and get a little bit closer, because he's got some pace and he's got some points on the line if he can get there, you know. Back along now with Logan Sennhauser as he follows Keegan Allen down the back straight, a little bit farther apart this time. Logan won't have room to make a look. He rolls it in really nicely this time, though, and gets right up to the rear bumper of that Porsche. Really good first phase of the corner, and similar exit. Logan actually touches the wall a little bit on the exit, leaves a little bit of rubber on the outside wall. He's not afraid of no hill, and he's going to keep on rolling the first parts of the corner a little bit better than Logan by the looks of things, as he tries to put pressure on for 7th place.
Oh, that was 24:30 missing the corner. So Balthazar are closing in on this battle, but Sebastian Day has just almost gone straight on at turn 1, perhaps too enthralled by the battle he was seeing ahead of him.
Yeah, gets it a little bit loose, does he? Maybe a little optimistic on the entry speed. But it's going to be exciting, because Sebastian Day's been kind of sitting right around this area, right around 10th place since early in the race, and hasn't had much to say about the rest of the top 10. But some consistent stints through stint 2 and 3, and he's suddenly getting into the position where he might be able to challenge for as high as 7th place. Especially if those guys all decide to get battling. 3rd and 4th place are back close together again. Austin Tucker holding off LaShawn Dilworth as we watch Keegan Allen and Logan Sennhauser. And yeah, that's 4th and 5th that we're watching now down the front straight. Tucker real tight.
If you insist.
So close together that I threw the mouse off the table there, Haynes. I was getting excited.
Oh, jeez. Well, there's plenty to be excited about with this battle here, 4th and 5th, with 1.2 seconds for the race lead, with a 4-way fight between Young Guns, Project Save the Stang, Balthazar Motorworks, and 24:30 Esports, and just 2 laps until the critical lap number, the earliest we think a team could pit and get to the end, is on board with your race leader. That is cinematic stuff at Sebring. A gorgeous, partly cloudy sunset, giving us all of the hues across this relatively flat area of the world. So you just get that sun just peeking towards the horizon. There's Young Guns, there's Save the Stang, there's Balthazar. Fastest car on track last lap was Zach's Hitman Emporium in 2nd place, and they are just that couple of tenths away from getting the crucial slipstream. Slowered expectations are in the pit lane, and I think that is actually too early to make it to the end, but they had to pit with the damage and the missing rear wing Let's see if Slowered Expectations can find a spare one, because the balance of the car, no good without it. There we go, that's fixed.
Yeah, checking back in with the leaders, though, I gotta say it's been an impressive little sequence here from Ryan Puckdahl as he's done everything he can to hold off TJ. If he loses anything in the middle of the lap, he manages to get just enough back before they get onto the straightaways. Has done for the last few laps, holding him off, seeming to lose less as DJ gets closer. But DJ now, I think, is almost sniffing that draft range.
Well, it's the interesting part, isn't it? Because all the pace seems to belong to the number 10 right now, but there's still a big strategic advantage in SimCity Racing's back pocket. 4 laps more fuel, a better, more flexible strategy window around when they take their final pit stop as well. We're still, well, basically the best part of 50 minutes away from the end of the race, plus the final lap of the race. And Zach's Hitman Emporium are going to have to make their final stop, their next stop soon. The question is, can that stop be their final stop? Have they had this kind of pace and a little bit of fuel saving? Or have they been going flat out and they might just fall a couple of laps short? Something SimCity Racing, since the drop of the green flag, seem to have been very carefully managing to try to avoid. There was a bit of a coast into turn 1 there. I think that time the gap closed a tenth or two. Ryan Puckdahl is still managing his fuel. DJ Alessandrini is still closing.
Less than a second now by the relative timer. And I wonder when that draft is going to really kick in. Seemed like it did a little bit last time with that fast lap from Alessandrini. Oh, and 4th and 5th place are too wide in the bus stop, or sorry, in the Sunset Bend there, with Tucker going up the inside, not getting much of a run though, and LaShawn's going to be diving out beside him. So Tucker takes it away into Sunset Bend, and LaShawn's trying to take it back around the outside here. And they get real close together, an extra tap of the brakes at the apex, and that's going to give the inside line still to LaShawn, or to Austin. And Austin will hold through here. So a hard-fought 4th place goes to Austin Tucker. But there's still plenty of time left.
You bet there is. Tucker's also got a bit more fuel on board than the drivetrainer car as we head towards the final stop. Currently predicting 22 laps to go. There's dramas. That's Young Guns around at Sunset Bend again. It's lost some time to Project Save the Stang, so Balthazar Motorworks have gone ahead.
And they had a little bit of help there, Haynes. It's got to be said. I don't know if the Young Guns were planning to hit the pit lane, but you'll see it here. They woe up at the apex and they start turning towards the inside, pinching it off towards the pits, and clang, they come together. And that's a clear hit from
I think they were planning to pit, but they've entered the corner wide, and then if you weren't expecting the car to pit, I think it's fair for Project Save the Stang to have gone where they did. If you want the pit entry, you got to be a bit further to the right and a bit tighter on your line through the corner, and not leave space for someone racing you to try to race you. 2 cars are in the pit lane, so it is Young Guns, and it is Zach's Hitman Emporium after 20 laps again. And we are predicting 22 more unless we get a safety car. But it's not looking like it's heading that way. We might be 2 races in a row of 3 hours of uninterrupted green flag. Drivetrainer Motorsports Emerald, the BMW's in. Again, also 20 laps for them here. So everyone stopping this lap runs the risk of just ending up a little bit short at the back end of this race. That's Balthazar wide through the Moore corner, and Project Save the Stang SRT might get one of their spots back. The other drivetrainer car is in. Who's driving that one, Devon?
I'm trying to get a sense of that. It's Kyle Shook by the looks of things. I can't seem to remember how to pronounce that one to save my life. Oh, and Tyler Shook has the same problems as his teammate, overdriving the
every time they follow
there.
their teammate in, they can't see their pit crew over the BMW.
There's this really smart racing driver by the name of Penske, and he's got it all figured out. He's got this foolproof system for making sure you never do that. I got a
extra push to pass.
Well, I think that was part of a slightly different advantage that they were cultivating. Either way, that's
I like
be a
how
bit of a long
Andretti
stop for him.
claimed it was, egregious, horrible cheating that they were disgusted by, and then, like 6 months later, went and hired that guy.
Hey.
It's disgusting that you do that for another team and not for us.
Exactly. That's the spirit of racing if I ever saw it. So.
A couple more driver swaps. Francescelli back into the 2430 car. I think we've kept Cameron Sennhauser and Save the Stang. I'll be honest, I've forgotten which one's Cameron and which one's Logan.
I think that was a switch to Cameron. That's what my memory's telling me. And it is. Logan was in for the last stint.
There's a real strobe light rave party with your pit lane speed limiter engaged on the Ford Mustang and the headlights flashing.
There's some very interesting speed of light problems being presented by whatever the iRacing lighting model's doing there too. Seems like the pace car gets lit up before the tent nearby, but anyway. It's a very, very detailed racing simulation. Lighting simulation, less so.
If you drive fast enough, every light looks like a green light.
Ah. It's one of those green-yellow shifts. That's what they tell you about in science class.
Yeah, because if the light source is moving away from you, that's red shift. But if it's moving towards you at the right speed, I think you can make it green light.
And if you're driving slow, it's obviously because there's a yellow flag out. So. Max Francescelli
so we're back in the
is
situation again. Sorry.
I was going to say Max Francescelli is starting to close up on Cameron Sennhauser here. Two of them both out on fresh, cold tires and on a fairly different looking track from the last time they were out here. I'll be seeing how those tires feel through sunset the first time, and Francescelli had a moment of oversteer that looked like he was surprised by how it felt the first time through. Behind them, we've got DJ Alessandrini, who's going to be pushing real hard to try and get past him quickly as he drives past Gio Romano's Mustang in the pit lane.
Spinner. Oh, 2430 again. Oh, and Sennhauser, SRT are in the wall big time as well. What happened?
I have to see it here. Looks like maybe just the cold tires caught him out. Sennhauser gets it a little wrong, and Francescelli gets a little bit wrong, and we got a yellow flag on track. Sennhauser is gonna have to pit that thing and take it to the lane with damage on the car.
The replay machine's broken,
So
but so is the Stang from Project Save the Stang. crash. That's all by themselves. And I think 2430 see them and then slide out themselves too.
Yeah. So if we can get that 10 more seconds back from where we started, we'll see if we can get it here. You'll see Sennhauser turns in, and it just gets loose and light on him. He hits the bumps the wrong way, and he just can't get it right, and it snaps. And right there, he hits the wall, and that front wheel is removed from its usual alignment.
You'd say there's oil down or something if it was another world.
Yeah, honestly, with the way the cars were loose there. Either way, that's going to shake things up a little bit.
I'm thinking this is actually not great for SimCity Racing, who haven't pitted yet, while almost everyone behind them has. So we reached that critical lap number where it's like, okay, 20 laps to go, you can pit now and get to the end. And Hugeass came in early after 19 laps. Romano came in early. Thonk also came in at the critical lap number. The only cars... Yeah, I think because of how much they've saved before, SimCity Racing were the only car still out there when Project Save the Stang crashed on their cold tires.
It's a risky place to be leading the race when you've managed to save that extra fuel. You want to get that early. You want to get that stop done as early as possible and get the advantage of that fuel, just because of the chance that something goes wrong, like it has here. So I actually see that Balthazar Motorworks also is going to be caught out because of the pit cycle here. By my books, they're still on 20 lap old tires too, currently running 4th on the track. Or on my timing screen. But they actually, I think they were far enough off the lead that they might actually... Is the pit lane open here? Yeah, Balthazar Motorworks is going to hit the lane because of how far off they were from the pace car. So they've gotten a little bit lucky here, as far as this goes. And there's a couple cars that are pushing as hard as they can around the backside of this track to try and catch up to the pace car. DJ Alessandrini being among them. Trying to catch up to the back of this train. Max Francescelli. Maybe seeing if he can cause an accident here. Flashing the lights under the caution. So this is where we have to put one of those seizure warnings on the broadcast here, Haynes.
The following production contains bright lights and flashing visuals, or whatever warning they usually give. So we come past the pit entry. Safety car stays out. SimCity comes in. Across the start-finish line, a car's getting waved. They are.
So it looks like Cameron Sennhauser may not have had the fast repair available, or may not have had the fast repair checked when they got the thing towed to the pit lane, because they are still sitting there and going a lap down in the Save the Stang, going another lap down. Actually, don't think that they're still towing at this point. They've been stationary for a long time. Ryan Pucktel will stay behind the wheel of the SimCity Racing cars. They'll have fresh tires, but a lot of track position to make up in this final stint, with 35, maybe 32 minutes remaining by the time the green flag hits. And they'll rejoin the field with wave rounds happening for the young guns A few teams here. Looks like the Young Guns, 2430 Esports, Frank Shelley behind the wheel right now. As we get the leaders all together. Under the caution, Zach Balthazar has gone out without the tires warm and has gotten that thing pointed the wrong way for just a moment. But he'll be continuing on, luckily avoiding the wall. It's just at the exit of the Le Mans curve for him. And looks like Cameron Sennhauser and Nick Love. Oh, Cameron Sennhauser's back out on track, it looks like. So maybe that was just a really long tow for them. Because I'm taking a better look. And it does look like that car has a new front end. Yeah, so a long tow from where they were is why that car was taking its time getting going. Either way, the grid is forming back up behind the pace car now with its lights off. And it
That's
looks like
what I was told when I raced here by someone who's done a lot of racing here. It was like, hey man, if the car breaks down, pull off to the right-hand side of the racetrack, not the left, because we'll be able to get it back to the paddock like half an hour quicker.
Makes sense, makes sense. Alessandrini is going to lead the pack to the green flag here. Gio Romano second, Ryan Puckdell third. And so even with that stop, that's going to be only third place for Puckdell. Cameron Sennhauser in the Mustang comes back out, will be 11th place on the grid, 4th place in the line, and a bunch of other drivers racing around trying to unlap themselves here. Coming around Sunset Bend, Haynes. And they'll be looking for the green flag here.
Yes, they will be with 33 minutes to go. DJ Alessandrini leads us over the line. GJAS are in second from SimCity Racing in third. The way things stand right now, SimCity Racing would become champions by 1 point. GJAS would only claw back 1 spot on them. SimCity Racing came in with a 2-point lead into this final race.
Yeah, critical moments here.
Beautiful palm trees.
And under the lights here at Sebring, there's no better way to decide a championship than this. And looking a little bit more comfortable are Alessandrini and Gio, with a little bit more tire temp perhaps than Ryan Puckdell, who has a lap on those tires, but a lap under caution. So taking his time, bringing the tires in, but really critical stuff at this phase of the race. If Romano is able to take the lead and Puckdell stays in third, the two will be tied, and we'll have to go into our tiebreakers, figure out who's going to win on that one. It's a tight battle. And there is also the factor that the Hitman Emporium, with 3 drivers racing this time, are going to get the DQ flag, unfortunately. So that will mean that the HJ team would need a little bit more than just the lead to make the difference. So far, Puckdell looking happy just to sit back as we follow our leaders here in the final round. of the ChampCar Enduro Series. And cars spread out and racing all over the track at this point. After a hectic moment on the final swaps, here we're seeing Austin Tucker holding off LaShawn Dilworth. And the leaders have been going for almost 2 laps. These guys have been almost going for almost 3 laps. Getting waved around after the pace car came out. The two of them were racing almost right away back to the car. Oh, and behind them, it's actually too wide between Nick Love and Kyle Shook for a moment. Love jumped
I'd say, yeah, that's not position, but it's pretty similarly paced cars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is Nick Love 3 back in the car, so Love does have some pretty strong pace. A lot of experience sim racing as well as real racing there.
It's the oldest GT4 car on iRacing, is this older spec of Porsche Cayman GT4. First GT4 that iRacing had, and then they got the BMW. The BMW got replaced by the G82, which then got replaced by the G82 Evo, and the original Cayman still soldiers on. The Mustang's pretty new. The McLaren's going on a year or 2 old now. But the Porsche Cayman soldiers on in its original spec. DJ Alessandrini lays down a new fastest lap of the race, a 209.705, and gee, he wish he could go even a tiny bit faster.
Yeah, all 3 of the guys at the front there set 209s back to back to back. So plenty of pace on tap as the track just keeps getting cooler at this point. Lots of grip available for these guys. And it always feels like there's an extra gear around here at Sebring once the lights go out and the sun goes down. You can't see things from quite as far away. And Gio's right in the wheel tracks.
I prefer my endurance races to start in the dark and then end in the day.
Well, I want dark to dark, my friend.
Not just every day in Canadian winter.
Yeah, we could do like a 6-hour race and go dark to dark right now. I think the solstice is only a few days away. And then maybe I'll start to see the sun again. And 1 and 2 coming through Sunset Bend to knock another one off with 26 minutes left on the clock. Looking like we'll have 13, maybe 14 laps left.
Can I interest you in a new fastest lap of the race? Giovanni Romano, 209.6. Both of these drivers are driving the best that they've done all day, right up to the limit, as hard as they possibly can. This is not formation flying, casual stroll. This is 2 different teams, 2 different drivers, both pushing as hard as they can in what's become a sprint towards the checkered flag. And it's turning out similar results. The gap between them stays relatively steady, but the pace that they're achieving is the fastest of the day.
Well, and I think Gio and DJ have raced each other a lot across a lot of different series over the years. So these guys are 2 competitors who I think know each other pretty well. We'll see who's got the upper hand today.
They've just broken the slipstream on Ryan Pucktel as well, so he's now 2.5 seconds behind the lead, basically, and just not quite at the pace of the leading two for the moment. That's okay.
Headlights beaming in the window there for Alessandrini. Mustang gets a little closer through sunset. Gets a little farther on the exit. And at this point, the cars seem very evenly matched. We'll see. What do you think, Haynes? Another one.
I think Alessandrini's just got it in him. Both of them wide through turn one as they both break their record laps.
Just hundreds of seconds apart every time. But you're right, so far Alessandrini has the edge, even with the draft going to the huge ass car. Racing under the lights.
Lights are on.
Yeah, I was gonna say the few lights that we do have around the track are flicked on, and a suitable wintry feel out here. You know, cooling off, dark out in the sky, and our leaders, they're not so sure they're gonna change positions. We do have another battle on track right now. It's 5th and 6th place that are fighting. And it's, don't know if we want to switch off our leaders. Keeping this battle alive though is LaShawn Dilworth, so keep in 5th and 6th place. The action between these two has felt like it's lasted the whole race. Just Thonk gets the advantage sometimes, Emerald gets the advantage other times. Oh, and we got someone facing the wrong way at sunset
there. For Love Racing, Nick Love's only just been out of the pit lane, and we know cold tires are dangerous. And
ooh, and
where is that thing going?
I think he's trying to get it behind the wall. And that's heading back to the pit lane there. Yeah, and he'll appear on the pit lane. They won't be fixing that one and bringing it out before the end, I don't think. And because he was able to get it behind the wall, the race will continue. So 20 minutes to go on track. Battle at the front for the top two is still real hot between Alessandrini and Gio. 3 seconds back to Ryan Puckto. You can just see him entering the straightaway now as these guys are crossing the line. And then nearly a minute back to 4th place. And they're still running fast ones out front, just qualifying in formation, the two of them. 209.8 and 2.
Yes, that's 10 laps to go. Zach's Hitman Emporium ahead of Hujas, ahead of SimCity Racing. Balthazar Motorworks are the tied for biggest mover of the race. They're now up into 4th. Ahead of Thonk and Drive Trainer Emerald are ahead of their teammates Drive Trainer Carbon. That'll break the tie in the standings between the two Drive Trainer cars in favour of their BMW entry. The Young Guns in 8th through 24.30 in 9th and Slow at Expectations in 10th. Project Save the Stang back on track in 11th, but I think we may have seen the last of Love Racing at Sebring. Since that top end of town where the gap's gone from 5 tenths to sort of 8 tenths to just a tiny bit more. Alessandrini just pulling a couple of crucial car lengths into Sunset Bend all day, particularly during the day. We've seen that be a good corner for the Porsche Cayman, the way that it rotates in sort of medium to high speed corners. The Mustang might be just a tiny bit better with traction out of the slow corners and a bit more torque. Always be some slightly different strengths, but we've seen them be incredibly well matched over a lap in some of the battles that we've had at Sebring today to this point. The two closest cars on track for the moment. They're still doing incredible pace for a long time. A sort of a 2:11 looked like a quick lap. Then we got our first 2:10, then we got into the 2:9s, and lap after lap after lap, Alessandrini and Romano have been within a tenth of a second of each other. And fastest cars out on track. Balthazar Motorworks in 4th did a 2:12, while Thonk in 5th had a 2:10. So I think 4th and 5th could also come into question in the final sort of 15 minutes of this race if that Thonk Mustang keeps that speed up, and if Balthazar are struggling with anything or any management. One more lap around for the leaders, who can now see lowered expectations to go a lap down with them.
Fifth and sixth here, still racing in the same order. I think there'll be a little bit of inter-team rivalry that comes out of this one too. You gotta like it, because Kyle Shook in the Carbon Drivetrainer Motorsports car is just a few seconds behind this battle for fifth, but just hasn't quite seemed to be there the same way that LaShawn in the Emerald car is at this phase of the race. And I think in the points battle between those two, they entered even, so both of them had 10 points coming into this race. So whichever one of the team cars finishes ahead is going to get bragging rights for at least a season.
The supreme drive trainer to be decided at the checkered flag today. Still a pace advantage, these two cars, to the Balthazar Porsche in fourth.
Yeah, I've been watching that gap too. They've got about 3 seconds between them. And if they stay in line and don't get too racy with each other, there is a chance they could track him down. And this, with Balthazar, or sorry, with Zach's Hitman Emporium getting the DQ, this would be the battle for the final step of the podium if they can get up to fourth. So all's not said and done for the podium just yet. Once again into Sunset Bend, and once again just a little bit closer. That gap's now 2.5 seconds. Carving out a little bit more each time. And the Mustang seems to be feeling good. If anything, I'm worried a little bit about this BMW now up to lap 14 on the tires. Maybe it's starting to feel some of the understeer that it was feeling earlier in the race when it got to the second half of the stint.
Hasn't been much lower for the track temperature to go, so even an hour into the race the track temp had dropped down to about the same as air temp, and then the sun's gone away, but the track temp will never go lower than the air temp, so it's been pretty static conditions as far as the temperature on the track for quite some time now, for at least a couple of stints. .3 seconds to go, and they keep on taking chunks. I think they're down below 2 seconds now. They took nearly more than a full second out of them last time by, so it is closing up here. And I think that Austin Tucker understands what's on the line here, because I'm seeing him dodging right and dodging left a little bit to break the draft back to LaShawn as well. He wants to have a few corners to have a go at Zach if he manages to get up there. And Zach just doesn't seem to be able to get the run on the exit. You've got to wonder if there's quite a few drivers that, you know, will have done a lot of their practice in the day, and then we come to these night conditions, and if you've, you know, jump straight into it. Visually, the track looks and feels very different. You know, your braking markers could be the same, but how they look and what references you're using can shift. And so maybe in these night conditions, it's just a little bit different. Another lap where Tucker takes more than a second out of 4th place. And I don't think we need to use the stopwatch anymore. That's about 4 car lengths and potentially shrinking.
Yeah, that's a race. That's the real deal. Now we get to see how wide Zach can make a Porsche. We've seen it with the BMW, we've seen it with the Mustang, but we haven't seen it with the Porsche just yet. We're gonna get to see it here. Tucker, a little bit of momentum. Hard to pass, can't really do it that easily here at the tower turn. Gonna get a better run though on the exit as the Porsche pushes a little bit wide. Tucker's able to hold it tight, and on the exit just gets the power down and is driving to the outside. Uses all the track, a little bit of the runoff, and comes around the outside, but up the inside comes LaShawn. LaShawn dives up the inside for 5th place. And gets very close to Zach, and Zach is losing it, gets a little loose, switching directions, and that's that good old-fashioned Porsche pendulum effect, I think, there. And he'll rejoin. And it's a scary moment for Carbon.
Emeralds.
It's Balthazar.
No, yes, Carbon.
The dark is facing the wrong way. Drive Trainer Motorsports takes a little bit of evasive action and luckily able to avoid it. And so now the battle for the podium will be decided between Tucker and LaShawn with maybe 5 laps to go here. We'll see which of these guys is able to prevail. Alessandrini holding about 1.8 seconds back to Gio Romano. His Hitman Emporium car expecting a DQ when they cross the line for using 3 different drivers. And then in 2nd place, championship leaders and barring a commotion, championship winners will be the SimCity Racing boys if they can hold on to this spot. And then 4th, 3rd in the race standings will be between Tucker and LaShawn.
Just looking to see what's sort of next for these final couple of laps, and that was kind of the battle we were building up towards. The top 3 out on track, stretching out just a little bit. Got the feeling that the Thonk Mustang here is just slightly quicker. Drive Trainer Motorsport Carbon, up that 1 spot.
Yep. Still got to think they're going to be wishing they could catch the team car, but that gap's going the wrong way for them. Out to about 8 seconds now. So unless these guys ahead decide to do the last 3 or 4 laps side by side, you got to think that they're out of contention for it.
It's very spaceship on board at night. All of the illuminated buttons and dash and information.
And the stars overhead at a place like Sebring, both the ones in the palm trees and the ones in the sky. It's bright out there, or dark out there with bright spots. Nice corner there from LaShawn by the looks of things. He'll get a little bit back. And just watching the sectors play out on our live timing screen right now, it's a few hundredths one way, a few hundredths the other way. Thonk does seem to have the advantage on the first part of the lap and on at the end of the lap, but through here the Emerald car seems a little bit healthier.
And if there was ever any lingering remaining questions of fuel, then Thonk stopped one lap later, although might have taken fractionally less fuel at that stop. But then there's plenty of cars that were fueled to try to get to the end before we then had the safety car that not only saves you a little bit of fuel, but very likely sort of knocked one lap off the race distance as well, eating up a little bit more of the clock.
Yep, that was definitely significant in making sure that these GT4 cars get all the way to the end.
It's under 4 minutes on the clock, and the race leaders are halfway around the lap, so they won't get the white flag this time, but they will get it next time. That puts us at about 2.5 laps to go for a total race distance of 81 laps by the looks of things. The way it goes at the moment, Alessandrini pulled 0.3 on Romano last lap, and I think he's kept that up. Once you break the slipstream, then you can kind of keep working the gaps and margins.
Yeah. And a quality show these guys put on here at Sebring. Of course, the Real World ChampCar Series will be at Sebring in just a few weeks. A couple, even. What is that? December 28th, they'll be doing the 14-hour New Year Enduro. I think that's the plan right now.
And then if you want to do the New Year's Eve extravaganza at the Sebring 7 Hotel, they're going to have chocolate cake trifles, smoked salmon with capers, and a champagne toast at midnight.
You're burying the lead there. They got the 5-hour open bar too, Haynes. That's going to be a good way to celebrate a race win, I'd say.
You need to stick around a day or two post-race, though.
I'm sure the party will just continue that long for whoever manages to lock it down after the Real World ChampCar event. 2 minutes on the clock. Alessandrini comfortably out front. 2.5 seconds gap.
Oh my goodness.
Hashtag not a sponsor.
Yeah, we're not getting paid for that. We're not getting paid for that.
Yeah, come on.
Get it out of here.
We're just imagining that we got to go to Sebring. Jeez.
There's no promo for free, although we were kind of already doing it.
Yeah, we're just, it's sim racing and sim partying, all the stuff of the holiday season. And by 8 p.m., by the looks of things, it'll be well and truly dark in Sebring.
Yeah, right up towards the rev limit of
the race has
gear.
slowed down.
Oh, but there's fireworks still to come. It's going to be the white flag for your race leader. There it is from the flag stand to the left. Stars and stripes to the right, and one more lap of Sebring. to conclude the championship and the year for the ChampCar iRacing series. SimCity Racing are not looking like they're going to complete the clean sweep, but they are looking like they're going to take 3 race wins and a championship. Ryan Pucktel and Chris Beats really put on a show in this season. A new format for this year, condensing our team endurance races towards the tail end of the year. And it certainly brought out a lot of good competition.
Yeah, quality competition and really consistent teams. I think we've heard from the drivers that this is a good format. So excited to see what comes next for the ChampCar series. We'll be getting our driver survey out to those teams that are interested in participating and those drivers that are interested in participating next year in the Sprint Series as well as in the Enduro Series over the winter break here. And not before we do a little bit of celebrating with what are going to be our winners today. Alessandrini is leading the field. Of course, that car is going to be disqualified. So Gio Romano in the huge ass entry coming around the Le Mans curve is going to be coming down the back straightaway and crossing the line in second, but taking home the prize. And in third place at the line, but second on the podium, we'll have another prize winner as well. Alessandrini comes out of the final corner, a quality race from Zach's Hitman Emporium.
Yeah, there was a time, there's my fireworks, when SimCity Racing had an almost unassailable looking lead. Zach Hitman Emporium brought a whole lot of speed. Huge Ass are going to end up being scored them race winners as SimCity Racing become champions of the ChampCar iRacing series. Thonk are going to be the next to bring it around. They've put a little bit of time into drivetrainer, both of them. Balthazar Motorworks 24:30. I think you saw Young Guns deliberately drop off the lead lap. They took the checkered flag. Either that or they ran out of fuel. Actually, they might have 21 laps. Slowered expectations. Project Save the Stang still out there. How are my fireworks going?
I think they gave you the basic package here, Haynes. They might already be done.
Oh no, they're going. They're going.
Coming to the line here is Austin Tucker around Sunset Bend and onto the front straight. Austin Tucker crosses the line, celebrating a podium finish for Thonk Esports. LaShawn Dilworth crossing the line in 5th place, 4th overall. We got Kyle Shook for Drivetrainer Motorsports Carbon. Quality finish to the season behind the team car. And in 6th place, 7th on the grid, Zach Balthazar for Balthazar Motorworks crossing the
Here's
line.
another car doing 21 laps, and I think that thing's coasting right now, the number 24 through Sunset Bend, but they managed to stay on the lead lap when Young Guns didn't. And so you can't lose a spot when you're already the last car on the lead lap, because on the final lap, because no one can actually come catch you and pass you. So a good lap would be a 2:11. Final lap 2:17. You'll take that.
Hey, if it wins, it works. And with that, we've got the end of the ChampCar iRacing 3 hours of Sebring and the end of our 2025 Enduro season, Haynes.
So Zach's Hitman Emporium, a good race that they've run, will be shuffled to the end and 99 points. It makes Huge Ass the race winners. It makes SimCity Racing second place and champions. It puts Thonk Esports Motorsports SimSports Racing powered by beer on the podium to give us 2 Mustangs and a Porsche up there on that podium. The best BMW Drivetrain and Motorsports Emerald, and then their teammates Carbon in the Mustang, Balthazar Motorworks, 2430 Esports, Young Guns, Slow at Expectations, Project Save the Stang, and a slightly sad end to the race for the Love Racing 647, but they are a classified finisher, having completed 67 laps of the leaders' 81 here at Sebring. Plenty of people standing by to chat, and we love a chat. Let's go straight to our champions. Ryan Puchtel and Chris Beats, the ChampCar iRacing Series Team Endurance Champions. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was a pretty interesting race. Obviously, it looked like we would win it, but late safety car, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, your strategy from very early was some pretty significant fuel save, put you in a very good position in the first half.
Yeah, for sure. Well, unfortunately, you have to race the schedule and not the potential of safety cars. We did everything right, and we had it all set up so Ryan had a pretty good gap coming out of the pits on the last stop. But that's racing, so we saw the cars crashing and knew it was coming. So, but yeah, we did. We're happy with third. We're happy with the championship.
So how do you go and celebrate that, Ryan?
I don't know. I think I got to figure something out.
I give you permission to, go wild.
I'll have a third cup of coffee.
That's exactly the level of wild I was thinking about. You guys, I'm sure, would have loved the 4-race sweep, but 3 consecutive race wins to put you in a position where you had a lead and anything on the podium would defend it handsomely. Did that sort of give you guys a different approach to this race, or was it still like, let's go out there and try and win it?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we definitely set up the car to be more safe. I might have been the lack of ultimate lap time there towards the end, but the car was easy to drive, and so that was step one, and then no chances, and we followed through with that. It's hard to stay focused for 3 hours, and I think Ryan and I did that pretty well.
Well, thank you so much for being a part of the ChampCar iRacing series all season long. And it's great to see you guys rewarded right here at the end of the year. In 2026, what kind of racing do you think is going to be calling your name?
I'll hopefully be back doing the ChampCar series with you guys next year. So looking forward to that. I don't know. I haven't really decided yet.
Yeah, I've got some life moves, so hopefully I can just still get time to do the sim racing. But otherwise, I'm happy racing GT4s, and hopefully we'll be able to come back ChampCar later in next year.
Awesome, thank you so much. Big congrats. I know, Ryan, you also took a race win earlier in the year in the solo championship, so it's been, I guess, a big year for you in ChampCar, and rewarded right at the end.
Yeah, my winning frequency isn't very high, so it's been a pretty good year. So thank you guys, thank you ChampCar, and thank you.
Call that a backloaded contract. We'll see you guys next year.
We'll see you.
Devin Peters, where's your wandering eye going?
Well, I've got Austin Tucker, and I got Brooks Clayton from Thonk Esports, and the glitter covered Mustang had a pretty quality day, and a disqualification out front leads to them finishing on the podium.
Yeah, it was a fun day. I do want to say first, thanks to Brooks to setting us up well midway.
I had the easy job. I just hung behind Ron and them, and then saved fuel, and then pitted, and then Austin had to run away from people the whole second half. So
it looked like it was pretty busy out there for you, Brooks. In the first half, it looked like third through seventh, there was no sure things.
Yeah, it was fun battling with those guys, and unfortunately made a couple unforced errors myself and dropped a few positions back, but I handed it over to Austin in a good spot, and he took it from there.
And Austin, you had your own fight on your hands with the drive trainer boys in the second half.
Yeah, that was a tough battle for sure. I couldn't tell if it was just a car thing and tires at the end, but both stints, I did seem to pull away at the start, and then just couldn't hit the corners as well, and they started to reel me back in. And then I don't know if they got any damage with their incident with Zach, but they didn't seem to be able to catch back up at the end. So it was definitely fun. Hour and a half there, quite sweaty trying to hold them off. But yeah, overall really happy with the run.
Yeah, it was quality stuff, and a pretty quality season for you guys too. I don't know if you've done the math. We did it live on air, but by my count, I think you guys have managed to take a spot away from Team Carbon there. So you guys might be the superior drive trainer team. Oh no, superior to all the drive trainer teams. Sorry.
Oh, gotcha.
This is Thonk that's gotten it.
Well, that would be nice. Yeah,
We've
had good luck the past couple seasons as Spinny Boys, just running all the races and keeping it on track and coming out with good results. So good to keep that going.
Yep,
it's good to have you, and I'm sure I know exactly how you guys will be celebrating.
Going to a kid's birthday party. We're getting too old.
Okay, drinking only on Wednesdays then, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
Good stuff, guys. Well, thanks for coming out, and thanks for making this season a great success.
Thanks for having us.
Now, Devin, there's one more person I've got to speak to before we go.
Who's that?
That's the birthday boy. So I believe we have prepared a song for Devin Peters, who is celebrating his birthday today.
I'm so glad I can't hear the stream audio right now.
Well, yeah, happy birthday, Devin.
Thank you very much,
for
guys.
Being along with me for this year, as well as we reflect on a year. Participation in the championship has been up. Enthusiasm from the teams has been up. We've been on HABC and ChampCar Live every time we've been possible. So for everyone who's participated, everyone who's come along to support, their teammates, their friends, their family, thank you so much. And keep your eyes out on forum.champcar.org and the ChampCar iRacing Series Discord, so that we can get your feedback on this season as we look forward to what 2026 will have in store.
Absolutely. I bet you there's one team that's going to have some thoughts about how next season could go even better. We've got our race winners, Huge Ass Racing, second place on the track, but first place after Zach's Hitman Emporium's disqualified. Quality race out there, Team Huge Ass.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was good. The battle, I don't know, Ron, you want to talk about the battle in the first instance, since that was you?
Yeah. It was a lot of fun battling. What team was that? Drive Trainers. We were driving to a fuel number for the first 2 stints to make sure we got to an hour and a half and then a little extra. So getting to fight them and having Thonk behind us. We had a tight little pack there. That was a lot of fun. This car is a blast on this track, for me at least.
Yeah, it looked like things were really close for you guys. And it looked like the Mustang was handling pretty well. Seemed like maybe even you had a bit of an advantage in the second half of your stints.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I felt like I did, but I had I don't know, maybe the car just was better during the day because I felt like I had an advantage over the BMW at least.
Yeah, I was going to say you weren't racing any Caymans in your stints.
No, I wasn't.
And for you, Gio, once the lights went down, you seemed to turn it up. You were pushing pretty hard at the end there.
Yeah, I think a little too hard. It was really trying to keep up with DJ because, I mean, DJ is extremely quick. I was pretty happy that I was able to keep up with him for as long as I did. It seemed like, though, there's a few spots where he was just either because of probably mix of his skill and the car. The Cayman was just, he was ripping through, especially the S's at the end of the lap. It seemed like every lap he'd pull a 10th there. And like, we're talking like tiny margins, like 10th here, 10th there. And he would slowly eke away. And then with around like, I'd say like 7 minutes left or so, last 5 laps or so, I think the tires died because I was pushing too hard. So then I started dropping a few tenths per lap at that point. But it was a really good challenge. Like, DJ's an excellent driver, so it was a really good opportunity to measure myself up against someone who's really, really fast, and ended up winning anyway. Didn't deserve it, but well, I guess we read the rules better. So reading's an important skill, right? So that's good.
You got to have a license to be able to drive, and so that's one of the tests you got to pass. But a quality showing out there from you guys, and a quality showing in the Enduro season. 2 second place finishes and a first place here in the championship round. You got designs on that first step next season?
Oh yeah, if you bring the GT4s back, I'll try to be back. If you use the GT4s in general, I'll try to be back for any races if I can, if I'm able to. I definitely use this as kind of a learning experience with the car. I really liked the car when they released it a few months ago, but I hadn't really driven it much, especially not in any longer races. So this was a nice way to spend some time working on the setup and figuring out how to set the car up and getting used to driving it in longer stints. So it was a good learning experience, and it was fun.
Well, quality stuff, guys, and thanks again for coming out and putting on such a good show for us.
Yeah, thanks for putting it together.
Well, Haynes, it looks like we'll be wrapping up another successful season of the ChampCar iRacing series here.
Yeah, it's been a really good one, a really positive one. Again, strength to strength in terms of the quality of drivers we're getting coming out to participate, the number of them, the consistency across the season from when we started in March all the way through now to December. It's tough to hold people's attention for long, but just tried to make sure we give the people what they want, create a good community, and that's sort of what ChampCar kind of is always about: great community, good racing, and the friends and that we make along the way. And we sure have. We can't wait to tell you what 2026 will have in store. You'll just have to keep your ear out, and in the meantime, have yourself some lovely holidays, a new year, and see you in 2026. Goodbye.